involved with, at the moment, COVID vaccines, but other vaccines as well. And we would like to sort of explore it with them on how can we build in the African vaccine manufacturing capabilities. So I would like to welcome on this panel Dr. Patrick van der Loo from Pfizer. He's the regional president for Africa and the Middle East. Dr. Adrian Thomas from J&J, or Janssen. I'm sure he will. I know it's a fairly ongoing joke on that one. Then also Mr. Charles Wolf, the African head of vaccines for Sanofi Pasteur. Mr. Said Prasad, the president of Developing Countries Vaccine Manufacturing Network, as well as from Bharat Biotech International. And then lastly, what I can see is Mr. Holm Keller. He is representing BioNTech, but he's actually the director for the Kenap Foundation. And then there's also Mr. John Lepore from, Moderna. Sorry, thank you. He's joined us now. Thank you for that. And I really, really appreciate you making this time. And I know some of you are not in the Central European time zones or the Central African time zones. So thank you for your willingness to participate in this. I hope you had the time to look at the sort of strategy that we are planning to put together for Africa vaccine manufacturing. I would like to start with Sanofi. Mr. Wolf, what parts of the African vaccine strategy are exciting to you? And how can you think we can accelerate it? What can we do? How can we build partnerships to then take it forward?
Yeah, thank you very much, Corina. And I would like to very much thank the African Union Africa CDC for organizing such an important event and to have me as a panelist and to represent Sanofi Pasteur, the vaccine GPU of Sanofi. I think a fully integrated approach requires significant investment to support vaccine manufacturing enablers. And we have been particularly interested that by few initiatives, a few work streams, market design, R&D, urban talent development, and regulatory strengthening work streams, because we believe they are pivotal to create a sustainable and favorable ecosystem, while being areas where we could have a significant value and contribution. Building on legacy products which are typically high volume that can offer economies of scale is fundamental to lay out the basis of future business. So very long-term agreements, stable market conditions are vital for vaccines availability. So it's something that we discussed in the last event organized by African Union and African CDC, and that we really repeat very often. And it's even more important to have a long-term, I would say, commitment.
Charles, I think we've lost you. So while we're waiting for Charles to come back to us, Patrick van der Loo, Pfizer, what do you feel, how can Pfizer contribute to building this capacity within Africa? And how do you see your plans and priorities actually assisting them? Thank you.
Thank you to the Africa CDC for convening this session, and thank you, Glaudina, for moderating. It's a pleasure to join you all today on behalf of Pfizer. I think building on our Prevnar 13 experience for the formulation, filling, packaging, and analytical release with BioVac, we announced in July of this year the signing of a letter of intent with the BioVac Institute to manufacture the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for distribution within the African Union. In here, BioVac will perform manufacturing and distribution activities within our respective global COVID-19 vaccine supply chain and manufacturing network, which will now span 3 continents and includes more than 20 manufacturing facilities. Now, to facilitate BioVac's involvement in the process, the tech transfer, the on-site development, the equipment installation activities have begun basically immediately. We expect that the Cape Town facility will be incorporated into our supply chain by the end of this year, so a few weeks to go. And BioVac will obtain the drug substance from facilities in Europe, and manufacturing of finished doses will commence early in 2022. At full operational capacity, the annual production there will exceed 100 million finished doses annually. And all these doses will exclusively be distributed within the 55 member states that make up the African Union. I think to add to that is that we are also continuing to explore and pursue opportunities to bring new partners into the supply chain network to further accelerate access to the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you for that. Charles, we've lost you. Anything that you want to add?
Yeah, sorry, I had a small electricity cut. So I was mentioning that long-term agreements are fundamental, and we are happy to see, especially the work stream in terms of market design. I would like also to insist on the importance of innovation. Expanding innovative vaccines is not only critical to ensure Africa is at the forefront of innovation and access, but I think it's extremely important also for the development of vaccines for manufacturing. We have to develop manufacturing for vaccines that will be needed by the continent in 10 years from now. So this must be on the latest generation of vaccines, the latest innovation. And it's an area where we have contributed through our tech transfer with BioVac on the latest generation of pediatric combos, and that we are going to continue to do. So we keep in a continuous dialogue with our local partner, BioVac, and with different partners to strengthen our position in this evolving ecosystem. But I really wanted to highlight the market shaping and regulatory work streams that are extremely important to develop local manufacturing. And we are going to look very closely at the evolution of those work streams in those coming months. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Lepore, Moderna, how do you see the role that Moderna can play in what do you find exciting? How can Moderna play a role in assisting within this to grow the capacity to do local manufacturing in Africa?
I think the most exciting part of the strategy is the fact that there is a strategy and that it's a continent-wide strategy. I don't think there's any other place in the world that can make that claim. And looking at the materials in preparation for this meeting, and indeed the previous conversations that I've had the pleasure to be a part of, it's clear that it's a very thoughtful strategy, and that the strategy considers all of the critical investments and infrastructure and resources that are needed to create a sustaining ecosystem. And even if they aren't all in place today, it has given a company like Moderna the confidence to announce that we will build a drug substance manufacturing site in Africa. We committed to spend up to $500 million to produce a factory that could make up to 500 million doses. And it's really on the back of the strategy that we see that gives us the confidence to make that investment. When we are currently doing our own due diligence to make the final site selection, and when we look at the key criteria that we know that we need to be successful, it matches very well with the strategy that's already been developed by the African Union, by the African CDC. And just as Charles had said, it's critically important that the strategy really is implemented and executed on, particularly in the area of regulatory capability. And then the exciting part, once the infrastructure is put in place for manufacturing, is all of the future opportunities that will flow from it in terms of research and development for future vaccines, and the ability rapidly for all the manufacturers to make any new vaccines that are subsequently developed, whether in Africa or elsewhere, to bring those to Africa, be manufactured so that there is immediate access. all of that, I think, is hugely exciting. And I don't think, if we go back a year ago, we wouldn't be in a place to have this conversation.
Thank you for that. I'm actually looking forward to see where Moderna would like to put their facilities and who they're actually going to work with. As you know, we have a mRNA hub that I think is very serious of talking to Moderna, and it would be lovely if Moderna can show that they can work with us. One of the things that is very important is how do we actually then build and support capacity development across Africa. Mr. Keller, what is the plans from BioNTech, since you are representing them? What are the plans of building actually the capacity within Africa and making sure that Africans get the technologies transferred to them?
Yeah, thank you very much, Claudina, for moderating this session, and really thanks a lot to the Africa CDC and especially to Pavel for the important work. On BioNTech side, there is two important components. One is we are embarking or have embarked on the effort to develop a vaccine against malaria as well as a tuberculosis vaccine on our platform, which are two diseases of great importance, not only to the African continent, but also the African continent. And these will be manufactured in Africa end to end. So drug substance and drug product, if the development efforts are successful. In the interim, we have started working on a factory setup that would produce formulated bulk. So DS and the first half of DP, and then link into partners for fill finish. So BioNTech's focus will be on drug substance and not on fill finish. And we are working, as you know, and as it has been in the media, intensively with Rwanda, Senegal. Claudina, we have met in South Africa, and we are also working with Ghana, expecting to start building the first factory in a few months in 2022. We expect to turn over this factory at pre-agreed terms and conditions to the respective local partners in a very short period of time so that true tech transfer can happen. And as a result of that, multiple CMOs/CDMOs can take part in the global manufacturing effort out of an African perspective. This is what BioNTech's current plans are. On the product development side, for these two predominantly African disease needs, we are actively seeking out to academic and non-academic partnerships in the moment, making use of EDCTP, the Clinical Trials Network of the European Union and the Africa Union member states, and many other organizations. Thanks, Claudina.
Thank you for that. And we will follow this closely to see to what extent you actually build capacity then within Africa. Mr. Thomas, I would like to congratulate you for the achievements that you've done on the moment within Africa. But how do we go beyond what you have done? It is wonderful what you've done, but how do we go beyond? How do we actually look at then also the potential of not only full finishing, but drug substance as well? Sorry, I know it's a nasty one.
No, that's fine. I was expecting it, and I welcome the question. First of all, I want to acknowledge, the leadership and foresight of the Africa Union and Africa CDC in considering this critical issue. And I looked through the 63-page document, and I was struck at the, let's say, ecosystem and holistic approach that was taken. I do want to make a couple of comments about that before I leap into your question. First, I think as we've seen in our partnership with Aspen, these things need to be done in a very thoughtful way, step by step, building on strength and experience. And so as we look out towards 2040, and the fact that the strategy is comprehensive and has been driven by, let's say, true unmet need and demand, it's going to be important to have a lot of intermediate milestones, and they're very specific milestones to make sure that 2040 doesn't, drift too far beyond our lifespans and actually comes to pass. I feel like the overarching message that we have for Africa is we support and want to be part of the long-term strategy for manufacturing. Internally, but also across the industry, it is going to be critical to look at multiple platforms and make sure that we distribute the risk across platforms, across diseases, and make sure that, as I said, we have stepwise progress. It has to be sustainable for the long term, and sustainability is, of course, driven a little bit by demand certainty, but I think even more so, one of the biggest experiences that we've had with our partner Aspen is working together over the last year to go from zero to high volume manufacturing in Africa during the pandemic. Sustainability of human capital and sustainability of all of the supporting resources and expertise, whether that's regulatory or quality release or policy or logistics distribution, and the actual engineering resources is critical. And as we look to 2040 and all of the excitement that's coming from investment and plans for multiple, private sector companies and government investments to be poured into Africa, that underlying human resource has got to be thought of upfront and foremost, because it's going to be impossible to scale without that expertise. We announced a couple of last week actually that we've made the decision, to progress now to putting together a commercial license for our partners at Aspen, and this reflects really the focus on making sure that we are here to meet African need, but also continue to have Aspen as part of our global manufacturing network, which is critical. And what we've learned over the last, let's say, year, and we have had our challenges in manufacturing, not with Aspen, by the way, as everyone knows, but we have had challenges in going from zero to 100% in such a short period of time. And what we've learned is that we have to focus on the highest quality, no compromises on quality processes, stringent regulatory standards, and able to meet global standards. And Aspen has done that, and we feel very confident now in the further investment, but also creating the ability for them to actually, generate more demand and satisfy the African demand for our COVID vaccine. I'd like to close a little bit on the topic of drug substance, drug product, because you asked the question. That comes into our stepwise approach. And we were the first company to actually close on vaccine manufacturing for COVID in Africa with Aspen. It was fill and finish. It's no simple task. It's a very complex, sterile manufacturing piece. Just the quality release standards are very complex, and we're still working through those, but we've reached a very good place. We've also made investments in tech transfer in Asia. We are also manufacturing in the US and Europe because we believe that we need to have a global network to both have security of supply, but also to be able to meet local needs, local, regional, geographic needs. As we get the need and have the experience successfully on transferring, drug product, then we'd look to the next step. There's no magic formula for that, but it has to be built on successful experience. I'll just finish with, in closing, by saying that I think this is very exciting. You didn't ask me that question, but I think it's very exciting. I'm particularly excited about being part of, let's say, demand design, really understanding what the needs are and how we can fit into that. Human capital, but particularly how do we bring industry expertise along with academic stringency and regulatory oversight to have the very best workforces and partnerships that we can. And I'm very, very interested, of course, in that regulatory aspect. You know, one of the things that has been a limiting factor in this pandemic is the capacity of stringent regulatory authorities to actually qualify and approve the global supply chains that will be necessary. I'm very pleased to be here, to listen, to learn more. And I apologize for going over my time, but you did ask me some difficult questions. So thank you again.
Yes, I did put you a little bit on the spot for that. Mr. Prasad, we're not forgotten about you. What is the pitfalls that you see? What are the key risks that we need to be on the lookout for and to mitigate that?
Thank you, Glodina, for moderating this excellent session. And we also thank the African Union and the African, the CDC for organizing such an important conference and meeting. And I think it's important that many of us who are attending, both in person and virtually, take note to all the events during today and tomorrow. I think in terms of pitfalls, I think everybody who is participating in this session knows the complexity of vaccines development and manufacturing. It cannot be overstated. It takes sometimes decades to develop vaccines. It takes a big amount of investment, usually more than $100 or $200 million, irrespective of whether it is fill finish or drug substance. And when you make those investments, these investments have to, I would say, transverse political governments, and it has to have stability over a 20 or a 30-year period for a vaccine manufacturing company or a product development company to take root and take shape. This is not something that can happen in a few years. Even if it does happen in a few years, it may not be long-lasting. Access to technology is a gap, as many of our participants have been mentioning, but it can be bridged. There is knowledge available, there is technology available that can be reached. But what has also happened from a developing world setting where companies have access to sales only in low-income and middle-income countries, there has been a downward pressure on pricing overall in the industry that we have seen, and that has resulted in a few large manufacturers at very large economies of scale. And also we've seen exits of certain manufacturers out of the supplier base. We've seen that in Gavi, we've seen that in UNICEF, we've seen that across the board. And even in US and Europe, we saw that maybe a decade ago in flu vaccines, for example. Some manufacturers exited the flu vaccine market, probably because it wasn't as supportive. What we really need, we need, I think, a stable environment, a stable political environment in any country that we need to work in. We need a very strong regulatory system. I mean, that regulatory system should be a driving force for vaccine developers and manufacturers. This cannot be, again, overstated enough. If you look around the world, we might have 50,000 pharmaceutical companies, maybe 100 vaccine companies. And there is a reason for that. Vaccines are very, very complex business. It's very complicated to manufacture. I was listening to Adrian, and I couldn't agree with him more. Fill finish isn't just fill finish. It's extremely complicated. It's one of the last parts of the manufacturing chain where the active ingredient sees an outside environment many a times. And it's very critical that we contain that environment and make sure that there is no safety issues from that product. And I think we definitely need a sustainable pricing. If we do establish facilities in Africa, we do need sustainable pricing. And this is a primary concern, especially for us, for developing country vaccine manufacturers, because we depend on these markets. And companies like us, we have a very big and a large focus on Africa, not just from a COVID vaccine perspective, but also from malaria or rotavirus, chikungunya vaccine, rabies, non-typhoidal salmonella, for example, or paratyphi A. So we are having a very large pipeline of vaccines and products and also an inline portfolio. So we're also actively reviewing countries to make potential investments for vaccine manufacturing facilities. We are in the selection process right now, but I think in the few weeks or months to come, we do hope to make announcement about our own selection of a country for making vaccines in Africa. This is from Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, you're sitting on 2 chairs. Yeah, we acknowledge this. Mr. van der Loo, what, from your perspective and what you've learned with the tech transfer with BioVac, what messages, what would you say, where should we look into and stop and to make it work? What pitfalls have you seen?
Yeah, I'm listening very attentively, and I hear Mr. Prasad talking, and a lot of that makes a lot of sense. Same with Adrian, John, and Charles as well. But if I distill it down, I had a lot of discussions with my colleagues in supply on this as well to prepare for this session, and there are really 5 specific, what I would call historical challenges when exploring tech transfer in the vaccine space for a multinational company that I think are very applicable also now when we think about the immediate crisis with regards to COVID and looking forward. I think the first is the limited, the process and operational complexity perspective, where there are a number of elements. And Mr. Prasad already talked about the complexity of the tech transfers. Vaccine manufacturing is very different from solid oral dose, and not going into all that detail, but what that means is that for most of our vaccine transfers for formulation and fill finish, that takes an average of up to 3 years. In the case of BioVac, for example, with the conjugate pneumococcal vaccine, it took up to 5 years. Another operational element, I think, to keep in mind, especially now that several multinationals are also thinking about this, is the multi-product plant operations with these contract manufacturers. Because once the tech transfer is completed and approval is gained, it's just the start of the process to then ramp up and start producing high quality product on time. And in many cases, when you are a CMO, you will have other partners as you need the volume to absorb the high fixed cost of the plant on startup. All these partners will have their needs for their process and requests for specific time slots. And one example of this on the continent, I think, is Pfizer transferring Prevnar 13 and Sanofi transferring their vaccine at the same site. And in effect, you're then competing with the same resources and time slots, which can potentially put constraints on both parties and extend some of these timelines. And for the record, though, this is normal for global CMOs because they need many partners and volumes to fund their operations. So operationals was one. The second, I think, is with regards to infrastructure, where I'll first address consistency and high quality utility supply. I think consistent electricity, water, for the COVID vaccine, dry ice and CO2 can be a challenge. While South Africa is quite advanced when it comes to the tech transfer itself, over the years, we've experienced load shedding of electricity from the national provider. And last year in the crisis, water was rationed, which made it very difficult, both practically, but especially also ethically, to obtain and use large quantities of water for trial runs through the equipment as part of our startup tech transfer phase. And then obviously there's cold chain expertise because expert dealing with products that need to be temperature controlled is necessary for vaccines. And in the case for BioVac, for example, we choose to make our own dry ice as we wanted to ensure we could get the right quantity and specs of dry ice in the quantities we needed. And we had to fund 2 separate storage areas, one for the frozen liquid nanoparticles, which is essentially our active ingredient, and one for the finished product vials. I think the last element with regards to infrastructure is the regulatory history of potential partner companies. And I've heard some of the speakers talk about the high quality standards globally for any of the project manufacturers. And therefore, when you do your due diligence process for selecting partners, which several of us are doing at the same time, I think one key requirement is the regulatory history of inspections by national organizations, which not always meets up to spec. The third area, also mentioned by several speakers already, is economies of scale. There are high fixed costs due to all the new equipment which have been installed once you start operating, and you need the volume. Few products, high, consistent, multi-year volume is critical. And normally for localizations, the volume is very limited, as it's usually done for local tenders, and typically for one country versus global plants, which have global volume and therefore much more economy of scale. And so to put it in Pfizer's experience, and I did some checking, every localization we've completed in the vaccine space results in higher cost of goods than making the global site and exporting. So I think the higher volumes and consistent long-term contracting is critical to make this work. Fourth area already spoken about is the local capability and support. Talent availability, development, and maintenance is a critical aspect of operations in emerging markets. Vaccine manufacturing specifically requires a significant set of skills compared with other pharmaceutical manufacturing. And very often what we see is that newly upskilled employees seek opportunities elsewhere, very often outside of the continent. And so that's an area to think about as well. And lastly, the regulatory framework has been mentioned. I think two elements to that, because local testing needs can be complicated in many emerging markets with different requirements depending on the country versus, for example, our work in the EU or US, as there are central laboratories that cover these blocks. Approval timelines on the African continent tend to be typically longer, inconsistent between different countries. And the other side of that is that high-performing national regulatory authorities, so NRAs, are critical for long-term local vaccine manufacturing. And unfortunately, many African regulators currently lack the capacity and capabilities to regulate local vaccine production effectively. I think I'm right in saying that only 2 national regulatory authorities have achieved WHO maturity level 3, which is considered a prerequisite to eventual WHO pre-qualification of local vaccines. Now, having said that, I think with greater regional or even continental regulatory harmonization, I dialed in earlier today, so I've been online the entire afternoon, and I think what the AMA is trying to achieve, I think African vaccine manufacturing could be enhanced, resulting in expanding the potential of the market as well through AMA's efforts. So I would really encourage the AU to work with AMA as quickly as possible to get that done. I know I said a lot, Claudina, but I'm happy to elaborate further with the working group at a later time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We will take you up on that. Mr. Wolf, what talent development programs do you think the multinationals can actually assist Africa with? How can you help us? How do we build this? Apart from through trial and error, but actually more actively.
Yeah, I think something I would like to insist on is, and it has been mentioned by Mr. Van der Loo, is we should not look at only the potential development in terms of education, in terms of, I would say, human capitals, know-how, just Sanofi and Biovac and so on. I think the beauty of this initiative is that it's providing multi-player, multi-partnership, but they are enriching together. For example, when we have some partners at the middle of mRNA, at the middle of partnership with several suppliers like Biovac, they are enriching together. So, and then what we have done in the years of collaboration is really to develop, I would say, on-the-job learning. So there are some specific programs in the training to get the tech transfer done. But the most important is the continuous support. We don't stop a tech transfer with a go live and with a ramp up of manufacturing. It is a work, it's a joint work that is lasting much beyond that. So, for example, Exacxime has been started to be produced now 18 months ago by Biovac for South African children. We continue daily to support, to have some exchanges. There have been last month or so direct exchange face-to-face when the health condition, sanitary conditions did allow, and not yet anymore, unfortunately, some direct exchanges to further learn between each other now as two partners. So I think the development of human capital is definitely a great synergy that we see in this initiative. There is another one that for me is extremely important. During years, we have been pushing some technology transfer in the world, and we have quite deep experience in Sanofi of that. But I'm not sure that there was a very good understanding on the entire ecosystem of what we just said about long-term partnership, regulatory processes that are stable. I would say understanding of the government that producing vaccines locally is not cheaper; it's more expensive because of the scalability of vaccines and so on. And what is great here when you see companies so different than Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, J&J, Bharat, Sanofi, we have the same assessment of this ecosystem needs. And I'm very happy to see with the increase of the awareness by all the policymakers, we can expect that both it will create, I would say, positive conditions to develop local manufacturing, including education, all those elements, but also it will better sustain, I would say, the vaccines that are currently locally manufactured in the continent. So yeah, hopefully I did not took too much time, Karina.
I like these sort of commitments that we're getting out in between. We will analyze it quite well after this and come back to all of you. Dr. Thomas, from your side, what role do you feel J&J can play more in actually building then this talent in Africa? Apart from just going through the process as it's happened with Aspen, but what wider than Aspen?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. First of all, this question isn't new, and in a previous life, I worked very closely with the National University of Singapore's pharmacy department, the Economic Development Board, MIT, and other companies, and we developed like a cross-sectoral platform, a training platform at the university for masters in GXP, so GMP, GLP, good vigilance practice and good clinical practices. And we did this as a way of scaling capacity, but also retaining key talent in the region by allowing them to these courses. In the US, for example, I've served as a visiting professor at Temple University, where we have a regulatory affairs and quality assurance masters in place. And that's, again, a cross-sectoral platform for the industry, for academia, for people who want to, change careers, they can interact not on products, but on capabilities. So one of the things that's been probably the most rewarding about our experience in working with our partners in Africa on this topic, but also in other global health areas like drug-resistant tuberculosis, is there are very strong academic centers. There are schools of pharmacy. There are schools of engineering and business. We do have some very strong competent authorities. We have the Africa CDC, which from a guidelines perspective and leadership perspective is really transforming the environment. And we have had discussions in African medicines. I think that we could, let's say, the industry expertise, to the table, with those other partners and develop some programs in the places where, investing. I don't see that being difficult. And it's something we've done before in the clinical research space, the regulatory space, the visiting fellows, and I know the companies. So we were very prepared to do that. That easiest way to kickstart these sort of things is actually to work on a real problem, or let's say opportunity, not problem. So as we look at, putting in place a facility around a product, how do we then coalesce and make sure that we build the resource, not for the pie in the sky view, but for the what's going to be required to make this operation successful perspective. And we'd be very pleased to do that. And we've been talking to our partners in Aspen about that, particularly, in light of the view of scaling our production through our strategic relationship. So just some ideas, and I won't go on too long, but as I said, it's been done before, and I think it's important to be concrete about it.
Thank you for that. Now, one of the building blocks of vaccine and your other therapies, biological therapies, is actually the R&D component. So what role does Moderna see African scientists, apart from sort of discovering new variants, actually how can Moderna work with African scientists? And please, not clinical trials, because we're beyond that now. I think we've proven we can do more than clinical trials. So what role do you think Moderna can play?
Yeah, this is actually a question that our CEO, Stefan Bancel, was asked back in April when he was participating in this forum. And the answer to that question is it's an open opportunity for Moderna. So we're a small company, 2,500 people. A year ago, we were only 800 people, 10 years old. And we really, over the course of because of our history, we only had the capability to do clinical trials in the US. We're a different company today. We hopefully will be a different company in 5 years. And the aspiration that Stefan talked about back in April was to do R&D in Africa to address specific needs of Africa. And so whether that's developing the 25 projects we already have in our pipeline, or indeed looking at other areas of unmet need. And I think the documents that you shared in preparation for this meeting and highlighted what those areas are. And he expressed a desire in the future to collaborate with universities, academics, to do the bench science in Africa. So just as you said, not talking about clinical trials, but about how can we leverage mRNA to address the unmet needs that Africa has, and then eventually to make those vaccines in Africa.
Thank you for that, Mr. Keller. What would you feel are the next essential steps in building vaccine manufacturing capacity? And I'm going to ask it for each one of you. What are the next urgent things we need to do?
Yeah, thanks, Claudine, for the question. On a side remark, I just wanted to congratulate Sanofi and Charles, because you actually, with the Campus Biotech International that you do together with bioMérieux, you have a principally exciting and super training and capacity building solution that Sanofi with the consortium put in place, which is something that certainly for BioNTech, but potentially for many other players in Africa and beyond, might create wonderful opportunities. On your question, Claudine, as Patrick has laid out, manufacturing vaccines is more than ML3 from the regional regulator. Yeah, so there is lots of things from ML4 that is needed, and only 2 countries have ML3, and ML3 not for manufacturing of vaccines, but for other elements. So from BioNTech's perspective, the NRA's readiness is a key first step, and AMA stepping up, as everybody has outlined, the second most important step. On top of this, it also needs to be recognized that the driving force is actually the conviction and convincement, the fact that the presidencies in multiple African countries have really provided great leadership in getting us to a situation where we can have such a PAVE meeting today, and where many countries, half a dozen, have actually created prerequisites and initial steps for initiating end-to-end production. On BioNTech side, it's notably Rwanda and Senegal, but also South Africa and Ghana. And there's a lot more in the pipeline. So orchestrating that African unity and coordinating between these great leadership efforts is, I think, the third component that's needed. The fourth component from our side really links to novel product development. This is where the mRNA Hub in Africa has taken a lead in looking at potentially creating an African vaccine, but a lot more needs to be done, because you only have a sustainable industry if you also have a development component. On BioNTech side, that will involve oncology for Africa, and it will look at potentially additional diseases in various partnerships. So I think that's the elements we all would need to consider for really getting into equitable vaccine situation for the continent. Thanks, Claudine. Back to you.
We've got 5 minutes left. Mr. Prasad, what are the next things from the developing country perspective, but also from Bharat's perspective? What are the next steps that you feel is essential?
I think for us, from a developing countries vaccine manufacturers network, from a perspective, we are heavily focused on low income and middle income countries. Our R&D, our product development, our manufacturing, our product profiles, everything is from India or an Africa or Latin America, rest of Asia perspective. And for this to take root in Africa, similar to what many of the speakers have mentioned, I think the base starts with a good regulatory environment. I think if we don't have a regulatory environment, I would say that we don't have anything to work on. I think we need to start with a good regulatory environment. I think the rest of the activities can be managed. I think there is enough human capital in Africa. I think that can be leveraged. I think funding today is not an issue. Technology is available. Obviously, you need to talk to the right people and get the right processes. It's available. But there has to be an appetite for a long-term perspective. These things cannot happen overnight. These things cannot happen in a year or two. This will take 5 or 10 or 15 years, depending on the kind of facility and the kind of product that we're going to manufacture. But this really needs that long-term perspective. And this also cannot be looked at from a cost arbitrage perspective. As many of the speakers have mentioned, developing a brand new site will add additional cost of goods to the product that is being manufactured at that site, because it will not have the same economies of scale that would have in the parent organization. I think the issue of R&D is important, but I think it's for the policymakers to decide, when to invest into manufacturing and when to invest into R&D. If you look at countries worldwide, how they have grown, not just in pharmaceuticals or vaccines, but in any other technologically challenging area, some countries are focused on purely R&D and product development, but other countries are focused on manufacturing. Once the manufacturing takes root, R&D will also automatically follow. And I don't think either of these things have to be force fit, but I think there has to be a long-term perspective, and there has to be definitely from a developing country vaccine manufacturers network. I think the pricing has to be sustainable. Otherwise, I think companies will retract to manufacturing at their home sites or home bases with very, very large manufacturing capacities. I think these are all issues for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And in this note, I want to say thank you to our panelists for open discussion. And for the 3 companies who has already invested in Africa, thank you to them. We're looking forward to Moderna and to Bharat actually joining us in Africa as well and building the capacity in Africa. So I just want to say thank you to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much to the panelists and Mrs. Glodina for this session that just spotlighted the existing and the potential partnerships with manufacturing companies. So I want to call upon this ends the current session, and we are now entering session number 4, which now looks at the potential option for shaping the vaccine market in Africa. I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Mrs. Jane Karonga, who's the Economic Affairs Officer in the Regional Integration and Trade Division at the UN Economic Commission for Africa. And she's going to be speaking to us about the African vaccine procurement pooling mechanism. Mrs. Jen, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, colleagues, depending where you are. My name is Jane Karonga. I'm representing the ECA Economic Commission for Africa. We were part of the work stream, rather leading the work stream on market demand intelligence and market design. And we essentially had two tasks or two questions to answer, which was basically what was the market, the vaccine demand for Africa, the state of affairs as it is now, up to 2040. As you have known that the PAVAM, which is the Partnership for Vaccines Manufacturing, speaks to manufacturing of vaccines up to 60%. You have also heard that on the continent, we consume about, in terms of vaccine, only 1%. We manufacture and consume up to 1%, which means essentially 99% of our vaccines are coming from out of the country. We have also seen what a pandemic can do to Africa in terms of distorting the market supply chains. We all know what happened to COVID. We all know that even when at some point when we had the money, we were still at the back end in terms of the line. And we all know now, as we have always known, even prior to COVID, that Africa had always had weak health systems, where in general, even just in pharmaceuticals, we were importing about 97% of pharmaceuticals at an annual cost of 14.5 billion. And you heard Dr. Vera saying that if you are importing, essentially you're not manufacturing on the continent. And if we manufacture, of course, you create jobs. So if you quantify that in terms of importing, what does that mean? It essentially means that on an annual basis, we are losing up to 16 million jobs. And we all know the trends on the continent. We are talking of a continent that is about 60% population of youth. And we have high levels of unemployment. We have a high levels of poverty. We have many developmental challenges that we need to look to and see how we can articulate that and overcome that. So with that understanding, and I said again, we were tasked to focus on the demand of vaccines up to 2040 to ensure how to come up with recommendations on how do we get to 60% of vaccines. And also how, if we then establish that there is a demand for vaccines, how can we shape the market of demand? Because from the supply side of the demand, and this is through research and it's well known, manufacturers want offtake certainty, because we know that it takes a lot from a private sector to invest into vaccine manufacturing, and it takes the whole head of the vaccine chain, value chain that is needed, inputs, research, finance, all that. If a manufacturer has to establish a manufacturing company for that, he needs demand certainty. And at the same time, from a company, from a member state's point of view, we all know that we have 54 African countries. They're all small and fragmented, and no order from one African country is essentially enough to satisfy the goal, to give that market guarantee that the manufacturer wants. So if you look at all these things, it looks to the situation where we have to look at pooling arrangements. And that's why when we're talking of all this vaccine manufacturing or pharmaceutical, we talk to leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because why do we say that? The AFCFTA essentially speaks to free movement of goods, services, and business people. So if you take that all into context, you understand why we are talking of vaccines, and we are talking of pooling arrangements, and we are talking of a health security, we're talking of an economic security, because essentially means this is what we have to do to survive. So with that understanding, can I go to my slides, please? Okay. All right. So, our first task in terms of estimating the demand, the vaccine demand in Africa up to 2040, we like any other research, we had questions to answer to. You have you have a variable of interest, which is of course the demand of vaccines up to 2040, but you have also variable that influence that demand, and those variables speaks to, like, for example, the population, finance, all those influence how the demand will be from 2020 where we are now to 2040, which is this trend that we are looking into. And we had to come up with 3 scenarios, which is the baseline scenario, which speaks to pre-COVID scenario, where we are just talking of the state of affairs of normal vaccines, of our legacy vaccines. If you are talking of our legacy vaccines, we are talking to our measles, because we are talking of vaccines beyond COVID, and also including the COVID. But here it's essential to understand that we are not talking of our boosters here, and that's the variation. And if you look at the estimates, you're looking at we are moving from 2020 to about 2040. That's about 1.4 in terms of, this is a market volume. And then if you go to our expansion scenario, here you are building on the baseline scenarios, everything else hold constant to go to the next one. Here we are now adding on the boosters for the elderly at an annual basis. But also here there's an entrance of new vaccines for malaria, for example, HIV. And you can see that even with that expansion, we are looking at, again, a market up to, by 2040, about 2.7. And then if you go to the aggressive scenario, again, like I said, we are building on all the essential scenarios. But here, what makes the addition is here. Now the boosters are all given to everyone from 12 years going up. You still have your legacy, your expanding and novel, and now we also, even here in this one, you have outbreak vaccines, like the ones that we don't know that will be coming, because we know that pandemics will always happen, and we have to forecast that to say, if that happens, what kind of vaccines market are we looking at? What does it entail? And what kind of market opportunities or shaping do we need to advise our member states or the private sector or the suppliers, which is, the suppliers, which is the manufacturers, so that they can prepare, so that, again, like we say, the essentiality of all these things is to ensure that what we have learned from COVID, we come out better and we build better, so that we don't have to face through this kind of situation that we are in as well. So the next slide, please. And here we are now talking of essentially the same scenarios, but instead of volumes, we are talking of market value. And again, it's the same scenarios. You have your baseline scenario, you have your expansion scenario, you have your significant aggressive one, with all the variables and the assumptions being the same. But again, it's just now we're talking of the market value, and you look at now the market value is essentially up to about, if you look at the aggressive scenario, it's about 16.9. If you look at the very minimum state of affairs, it is 3.1. So what it tells here, and you can see why some of those expansion is, you are looking at a situation where most African countries, when it talks of vaccine, they get their vaccines through Gavi, which is the existing framework that is already there. But we all know that Gavi finances vaccine, and UNICEF does the procurement through a pooled procurement arrangement. But for member countries to be under Gavi, you have to be a low-income countries. If they graduate out of that, which is what is happening, you find that most countries have no choice but to either procure individually, or if they remain within the UNICEF arrangements, because you can still remain within UNICEF, but there's still a lot of uncertainties. Finance becomes an issue, among others, but then you still have the same guarantees of when you're under the Gavi in terms of standards, for example, in terms of arrangements. But like we say, it's a short term, because most countries, as we know that on the continent, we are gradually moving out of low income to middle income countries, even to high income countries. So they essentially won't be able to be under the Gavi arrangements. And we know what COVID is taught us, and what Professor Orama always speaks to, say, never again shall this continent be found in this wanting situation. And so we have to do better. The next slide, please. I've already alluded to this challenges and opportunities. So this is basically what is emanating from our research in terms of opportunities. We have found out that, of course, the manufacturers who are the suppliers need an offtake certainty. I've always said that the private sector knows how to make business best, and when there is no profit for them, it's sometimes all about profit, then they will not, of course, manufacture, and that's the state of affairs it is now. But we know that we cannot allow that to happen, so we have to offer that certainty for manufacturers so that we can survive as a continent. And then another issue is, and it's well known again in terms of standards, we talk of vaccines, we talk of exporting, but what we have also known within ECA, and it's a well-known fact that as we import, sometimes we don't control our standards of medicines, among others. So you find ourselves, not only do we suffer adverse situation in terms of importing, because it then constrains the physical space within member countries, but we sometimes import substandard medicine. So instead of saving lives, we then add on to what is, an already, a challenge, so to speak. So, so that's an opportunity, but it can also be turned. That's a challenge that will also be turned into an opportunity. We also noticed that when you for those countries that are operating within Gavi, of course, there is certainty in terms of supply because they buy their products on an aggregated purchase, and then there's demand certainty, there's supply certainty among others. They can speak to quality because UNICEF and Gavi, they ensure that there's quality of products when they're purchasing within the food procurement arrangements. Of course, it comes along with affordability. It's simple demand and supply. When the order is high, you tend to influence prices, and member countries, of course, becomes a beneficiary to this kind of arrangements. And then, of course, the logistics, again, when you're doing it at an aggregated level, you can influence logistics, and they're much easier because then there's aggregated skills. And you can see what is emanating or emerging from this research is essentially talking to an aggregation from both the supplier side and demand side. And if you look at this, then like I said earlier on, it speaks to the continental free trade area, because it essentially brings the continent into one single market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.5 trillion. So it speaks, the research validates what is already on the ground. It validates what AFCFTA is the framework to look to. It also validates what we need to do in terms of vaccine manufacturing. And if we expand beyond that, pharmaceuticals, if we expand beyond that, if we talk of the continent issues, whether it's agriculture, when we talk of food security, among others, the CFTA remains the framework to leverage on. The next slide, please. And these are the challenges that emanated from research. Our research, I've already alluded to in terms of when the countries graduate from Gavi, you see that the prices can go up to 2 to 4% higher than when they are in the Gavi arrangements. There's lack of certainty in terms of supply, of course, finance, among other substandards, because then they are essentially going out on their own, and it's not sustainable. We have seen that happening in COVID because we don't have that kind of arrangements. But then because of COVID, we then, your AVAT, had to be established. Your AMSP, the African Medicine Suppliers Platform, had to be established. And if you look at the next set of questions in our task force, which talks to about market shaping, again, it alludes to the food procurement arrangements. It alludes to building onto existing institutions, and which talks to the next slide that I'm going to talk to of what happened within the AVAT and then AMSP, and how those institutions and those experiences can be utilized to the manufacture to deliver on the PAVAM agenda of manufacturing up to 60% of vaccines by 2040. Next slide, please. So with that understanding of our research in terms of, we have, I will repeat again, we have validated and established that there is demand for vaccines in Africa, and vaccines that are beyond COVID, starting with your legacy, your routine outbreaks, among others. And because of the very issues or challenges that came out of COVID, they became opportunities. We came up, initially they were pandemic institutions, they still remain pandemic institutions, but we now realize the essence and the need not only to make those pandemic institutions, but actually to go beyond pandemic, to make them, to strengthen them to respond to vaccines by nature. And this slide speaks to how the AVAT was doing, is still doing it in terms of procuring of vaccines. We all know that it was established by the President Ramaphosa, who is the champion for COVID. And at that time, he was also a chair for AU. And he appointed a special envoy, Dr. Masiwa, and together with partners, Africa CDC, Afreximbank, ourselves, ECA, you start mentioning, you forget others, and all the partners that are involved. We essentially started by establishing the African Medicine Suppliers Platform, AMSP, and essentially it was to respond to the COVID PPs at that particular time when the COVID was just coming out. And then the discussions of vaccines came on, MNRI, then 9 months later, we had the vaccines. Then, of course, we graduated from PPEs to vaccines. And with the leadership of Mr. Masiwa, they negotiated with Johnson & Johnson and acquired and purchased vaccines up to 400 million vaccines for Africa. And the rest of the other suppliers is coming from COVAX. So, and what this institution essentially does is that we aggregate orders from member countries through the AMFP, the backend technical people does the aggregation. And then the partners then, of course, liaise and negotiate. That's basically negotiating and contracting with suppliers. We have had financing partners coming in, like the World Bank, coming to complement the financing arrangements. We have Africa CDC playing the regulatory oversight and make sure that the vaccines or products that are being sold for PPEs are of substances. And they're relying also relating to the AMA, the African Medicine Agency. And then once that aspect is done, the negotiation, the financing arrangements made, and then of course the purchase happens, and then the regulatory, of course, CDC make sure that what we are purchasing is of right standards. Then you have the logistic kicking in, which is basically we are utilizing the AMSP as well as the UNICEF and the African airlines, Ethiopian Airlines, Rwanda, among others, has been very useful. And then it goes to member countries. So it becomes a full ecosystem. And this is what our research, our task force is also recommending, to leverage on these kind of arrangements to build on African institutions, because that's what is known to work. And that's what will work because it has proven that we can do it. We have heard the manufacturers themselves earlier on talking that we can do it. Aspen says we can produce, they are producing. We know that in Egypt there's production, among others. So we can do it, we can do it. We have member countries aggregating the orders, we have the manufacturing doing the production. And I think once we understand that, then we can talk of the Africa that we want. We can talk of a healthy and economic security in the Africa that want, no leaving no one behind. So thank you very much. I'll leave this section to Steve. Steve Karinga is actually our director. He's representing Dr. Vera, who couldn't be here with us. So Steve, over to you as you do the moderation. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Jane, for the presentation. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It has been an interesting day of presentations and also dialogue since the meeting was opened this morning by President Kagame. Yes, as Jane has said, my name is Stephen Karinge. I'm here representing the Executive Secretary, who was actually the main lead of this pillar that Jane has presented. So for this segment, and I'm assuming that you can hear me clearly, we're going to have a number of panelists. I'm going to say who they are, not in any order of protocol. So we have Mr. Andrew Jones. He's the chief of the Vaccine Center and principal advisor, UNICEF Supply Division. We have Professor Benedict Orama, who spoke to us this morning. President Orama, he leads the African Export-Import Bank, which has actually been very much part and parcel of this effort by Africa on fighting COVID and many other things. Then we have Professor Charlotte Watts. Professor Watts is the Chief Scientific Advisor from the FCDO. We have Dr. Richard Mihigo. Dr. Richard Mihigo is the Immunization and Vaccines Development Program Coordinator at WHO, the Afro region. He has been at the forefront again of this effort to fight COVID. Those of you who have been following the platform where we discuss every Wednesday about COVID. Then we have Mr. Murat Ostuk, the Senior Advisor, PAHO, a revolving fund for access to vaccines. And last but not least, we have Professor Padmashri Gail Sampath, Senior Advisor of the Global Access in Action Program at Harvard University, and he's also a visiting professor at the South African Research Chair in Industrial Development at the University of Johannesburg. So the way I propose to do this is, like we have done in the other panel, we are going to cover a number of themes. And I'm going to sort of start with Professor Orama, looking at so basically we are talking about AVAT and AMSP, and Jane has talked to us about how this emerged, and I think we are all familiar very well with them now. So the first thing we are going to tackle under the leadership of Professor Orama is the learnings from the AVAT and AMSP. And we want to recognize that the development of AVAT and AMSP have been amazing undertakings of the continent, a demonstration that it is possible to have African-led solutions to meet continental needs in a time of crisis. So, Professor Orama, with respect, what are the tailwinds that set these institutions up for success beyond COVID-19? And how can we build on the success of AVAT and AMSP to achieve the pooled procurement architecture ambition that could anchor and drive the PAVAM objectives? Professor Orama.
Yeah, thank you very much, and also through you to other panelists. I think we want to start responding to the issue you've thrown up is to look at what Africa is trying to do, setting up the AFCFTA. And what we are trying to do as a continent is to begin to reverse engineer the colonial divisions that have held us back, where we are divided into 55 atomistic countries. What the AVAT and the AMSP have done is to prove that concept, that it works. Because for the first time, as a people, as a continent, we came together under the platform of the African Medical Supply Platform, under the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, and of course, the institution, the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, to then deal with a challenge which was collective. Before the vaccines came, it was the issue of procurement of PPEs and therapeutics. Many of us may have forgotten that at that time, it was survival of the fittest. Some countries were actually hijacking supplies in the air. So African countries could not have access because we were too small and fragmented. No supplier was interested in talking to individual countries because our orders were small. So what the MSP then did was to put it all together. And then Afreximbank backed it with a payment support. So with that pooled arrangement, we were then able to support our leaders who negotiated what we call the Africa quota with China. And that is why we then began to get the supplies of PPEs and other things we got, sometimes at 30% below the market price. It's not always safe, but I think that was one of the big successes that we achieved early in the pandemic. And of course, working with the UN Economic Commission for Africa, we also use this arrangement to redirect resources to African companies to repurpose their factories. We put together a $200 million facility, which then made it possible for small SMEs to produce face masks. Again, that would probably not have been possible without this pooling arrangement we did. And of course, we go forward to vaccines. Again, when the vaccines came, it was against survival of the fittest. The vaccine nationalism, nobody was able to listen to us. Individual countries could not do anything. We could only complain. But we knew that complaints would not bring vaccines. So we then went ahead and used the same principle of the MSP to create the AVAT, which was able to use a pooled approach to earn a seat on the table to negotiate with vaccine manufacturers. And that's why with the $2 billion facility we put in place as the bank, AVAT was then able to negotiate the 400 million doses that we are using today. So what does that tell you? It tells us that we must then keep these institutions because they were done in a hurry and done in a way that I don't think anybody thought was going to be possible. We need to have an institutional arrangement to make them become more effective going forward, because the arrangement we did, for example, with vaccines was that although the AVAT negotiated one contract with, say, Johnson & Johnson, we had to negotiate individual back-to-back contracts with each African country. Now, we have to find ways when we institutionalize this to make sure that it is something different. We also can now use this structure to force the emergence of vaccine manufacturing in the continent. It's not going to happen because we throw money at it. The constraint to vaccine manufacturing is not financing. Afreximbank can finance it. The constraint is that the demand for vaccines is a public demand. It's controlled today by UNICEF and Gavi, and they buy these vaccines from elsewhere, not Africa. We have reached an arrangement with them to begin to revise this, but we will become more forceful if we are able to have the AVAT working and working properly. So AVAT will be the instrument that will be talking to UNICEF. And AVAT will then be able to distribute manufacturing, so the orders to all the different manufacturing facilities we are now created. And just to finish, it also would then become possible to see how to manage donations. While donation of vaccines is good, I tell you, unless it is managed properly, they will kill the manufacturing we want to promote. If people want to donate vaccines, when we begin to create capacities on the continent, they should buy the vaccine through AVAT. So the AVAT will order the vaccines and the other medical supplies from African manufacturers. The donations that come from elsewhere are not good donations. The donations that should come to Africa should be one that creates jobs and also saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Probably other panelists may also want to come back to this theme on the learnings from AVAT and the MSP. But for now, let's go to the next theme that we want to tackle now. And this one, I'm going to pose it to both Professor Charlotte Watts, who will come first, and then to Richard. But the context for this is that, and I think we've had this, is that many countries, especially the high-income countries, have already begun their booster campaigns. And we know what is the situation here in Africa. There are very many people who have not even received their first dose. So despite the excellent work that has been done by Harvard and Africa CDC and everyone else who have been joining in this, Africa still remains behind in the initial COVID-19 vaccinations. And there is still an open question on the future COVID-19 outlook in terms of whether it's going to be endemic versus pandemic, as well as how we will respond globally. So the question for you, both one after the other, Professor Watts and Richard, is how are global experts thinking about the need for ongoing COVID-19 vaccination in the next 3, 10, 20 years? And the question is, are you considering a subpopulation, booster, immunocompromised, or other approach? And what are the implications for Africa? And how are African countries and institutions thinking about this, especially the second part for you, Richard? Professor Watts.
Great, thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. Real pleasure to be here. To be asked what is the future, thinking 30 years about where COVID may be, I don't have that fortune-telling inspiration, I'm afraid. I think what we've really learned through the COVID pandemic is the twists and turns. Just when you think you understand what's happening, and then there's a new twist with a new variant, with new issues that it throws up. So I think one of the core lessons when we're thinking forward that we've learned to date is that need for flexibility, that need for good evidence, that need for data, that need for surveillance, because actually it's a thing where actually what we need to plan for is that there will be new twists and turns. So the question then is, how do we really build in that resilience to the twists and turns? This is a virus that continues to mutate. It's what viruses do. When you increase vaccine coverage, it will increase different types of selection pressures that might lead to new issues that we have to respond to as a global community. So I think that the key thing when we're thinking about planning is planning for that uncertainty. And because of that, thinking about how do you plan for flexibility. So when you're thinking about long-term investment decisions, that how do we increase capacity for production on the African continent, but not only focusing on particular products, but what might be the future platforms that you need, that you might be able to use to develop a range of different vaccines of different types. I think linked to that is a lot of thinking about what do you want to do in peacetime. Actually, if we do get to a stage where COVID is manageable, that it becomes something that's endemic, where we are not necessarily so reliant on vaccines or lower volumes of vaccines, what might be other ways to really use that vaccine capability well, so that if there is a future pandemic, you have that capability that you can surge in. So that's one of the key things in all our thinking. In terms of the specifics of the most immediate about our thinking about vaccines and boosters, I think there is strong evidence coming out last week about the importance of boosters following evidence about the waning in effectiveness of existing vaccines. And what that evidence points to as well is that mix and match, that different combinations of vaccines seem to be giving you an increase in levels of protection. So to me, I think that's quite an interesting issue when you're thinking about future vaccine capability and access. Is it might not only be one type of vaccine you want, but actually how might you need to deploy different combinations of vaccines? I think secondly, I think our thinking is both about how do we use vaccines to reduce transmission, and I think that's been something that's influenced a lot the global targets, but actually increasing now we're thinking about how do we really try and reduce the public health impact of COVID? And so then it's how do you ensure that the most vulnerable people are receiving full vaccination plus a booster ideally. And so that includes older age groups. It includes suppressed populations. I think if you think about sub-Saharan Africa, that includes, for example, HIV-infected people who might not be on treatment, for example, as a really important group who are that particularly vulnerable. Also health workers and other groups that we know are vulnerable because of their contact with people who are ill, but also because the centrality of their well-being for the continued ability to deliver health services. So if we're thinking about future targeted strategy, it's very much those populations that would be highest up in the priorities. And I think that's reflected in the WHO guidance. I think the other thing when we're looking forward, and particularly if we're looking forward in quite a long way into the future, is a realization that this generation of vaccines aren't quite cutting it. That, it's been profound at how effective they are and how quickly that science produced vaccines, but actually ultimately we will need vaccines that are longer lasting. That ultimately we hope we would like to have a vaccine that's effective across a range of different variants that we can feel confident in. And ideally, we would have vaccines that are more easy to deliver in low resource settings, that you don't, for example, need a cold chain linked to their supply and distribution. That even with the kind of portfolio of vaccines, we need more R&D. And so for us, for example, our investments, we've been investing in PAVM and really excited and sort of been following quite closely the intelligence analysis that they've been producing. We've been supporting business case development around Institut Pasteur in Dakar and BioVac in South Africa, and also in Morocco, to say what is that future production capability. But I think also we're interested in what's the future of vaccines that might come out of organizations like CEPI, and how do you ensure you have that link between that next generation of vaccines and ensuring that you have the systems to share, do tech transfer to ensure that that next generation of vaccines can also be produced on the African continent and not solely focus on the current ones that we have now. Because this is clearly a long-term issue. We don't eradicate infectious diseases. We effectively make them more manageable, and this is going to be a long-term agenda of us thinking about how do we really try and ensure that we can make COVID manageable, and that we have a really distributed and strong global response as this virus might potentially continue to evolve. I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Richard.
Yeah, no, thank you and good afternoon. Glad to see you again, Stephen. It's been a long time.
Yes.
I'm really glad also to see. Allow me to, before I jump on the question you raised, maybe to come a little bit, to give one or two elements on the excellent point that Professor Orama, also glad to meet you again, raised on the necessity to maintain this platform, AVAT, AMSP, moving forward for the African continent. I think on this continent, we have had in the past several consultations on the issue of pooled procurement for vaccines, particularly for countries that are not supported by Gavi. And to be honest, it's been quite very challenging to see this agenda taking off. It was like preaching really in the desert. And in 2016, the WHO and the African Union Commission organized a conference. It was the first ever ministerial conference on immunization in Addis Ababa. That's led to this declaration on immunization. And one of the commitments that was endorsed by the Minister of Health at that time, all the 54 countries in Africa, and later on endorsed by the head of states, was one of the 10th commitment, which was vaccine manufacturing production in Africa. But I can tell you, to get to that conclusion, and I can say to that consensus, to allow a commitment around vaccine manufacturing in Africa, it really requested that a lot of negotiation to even put that commitment as part of this declaration on immunization. So indeed, today, the COVID-19 pandemic have changed completely the landscape. I think many countries, the leadership of the continent has woke up. And I think what we are seeing really is it something that we should absolutely, definitely to see how to support moving forward. And even what you have asked, Stephen, in terms of what will be the future even for COVID vaccination, is to some extent linked to that future vision on how the region can be able even to sustain the vaccination with the COVID-19. So if we have learned something important in this COVID pandemic, I think it's to be a bit more humble when it comes to looking at the data, the prediction on how things are evolving. And we have seen now with the variant of concern that are emerging every day, how the vaccination strategy needs to evolve and then to stick really to the science and what the data is telling us. Couple of months ago, it was almost a very difficult debate to start on booster dose, on immunization of subpopulation. I think today there is a lot of consensus, a lot of data that now is being gathered on the needs, on the necessity to provide first additional primary series vaccination. I'm not talking about booster, I'm talking about primary series vaccination, like a third dose of a particular vaccine as part of a primary series because of immunity that is waning quite rapidly. WHO has been very clear on that. For instance, Sinovac vaccine need absolutely to start to administration of third dose. Now, with regard to the booster dose, I think it become more and more clear that data is coming to support such a movement. Now, moving forward in the next couple of years to come, it will be very difficult, as Professor Watts have said, to predict exactly in which direction we are going to go. But what is for sure, we will need to maintain our policy development very much linked to what the data is telling us. Secondly, to see how some subgroup of the population should absolutely be a great priority. You remember, Stefan, that at the beginning, WHO issued a WHO prioritization matrix that was at that time, because of the supply issue, ranking those who have been top priority, including healthcare workers and etc. But as we have learned the dynamic of this pandemic, as we have seen the dynamic moving forward during this pandemic, I think one single strategy is not enough. I think we need to come up with a combination of approaches while targeting high-risk groups, subpopulation, but also we're expanding the reach to a much more broader constituency to see at which point we can get to even controlling this disease. Because if we are not increasing vaccine equity, what we are going to see is to have a situation that is going to become endemic and from which we're going to live with many years to come. And I think this is where the policy side, the data, we need to come together to make sure that as soon as possible, we can expand coverage. We can make sure that those who are more vulnerable are reached quite faster, but also consider any alternative that could help really to take us back to a quote unquote a normal life. So in conclusion, what I can say, we are clearly going to see things changing. We need to be quite open, agile in adapting strategy and recommendation to the countries. And this is what become quite interesting because the vaccine pipeline needs to be robust enough to support any policy decision that is going to be made moving forward in terms of coverage. Over to you, Stephen.
No, thank you so much, Richard. Very detailed response, including beyond what I had actually asked. So thank you very much. So I'm going to bring in here now Mr. Murat, and this is on the theme of how can the Harvard experience be applied beyond COVID-19 products. And I think I'll also try to bring in Professor Rama again at this point also. So there are significant differences in the market dynamics of COVID-19 vaccines. I think in the presentations that we've had so far about the novel products and also the legacy one. Yeah, so there are different market dynamics, including limited supply in some cases, the global demand It could even be by regions, even sub-regions, even within the continent. Multiple supplementary products, and it's the case also with these routine vaccines. So the question then for you, Mr. Murat, and first, and then Professor Orama, what have we seen through Harvard's procurement of COVID-19 vaccines that will also apply to other routine vaccines? And what might need to be fundamentally different given the different market dynamics between the products? So let's go to Mr. Murat first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karengi. And first, I want to convey the greetings of PAHO executive leadership, and especially Dr. Karis Etienne. This is an excellent question, and I want to start answering that by using one of the expressions that Professor Orama used in his speech that I like a lot, reverse engineering. So what Professor Orama described in terms of reverse engineering and in terms of pulling the demand for COVID-19 vaccines, it has to be done for another product of choice from the routine program. But that product of choice should be chosen very carefully. And then as Dr. Mihigo indicated, there should be multiple scenarios, possibly multiple products. And also, as Professor Votes indicated, there needs to be flexibility overall. So I think this platform achieved a great momentum by COVID-19 vaccines. And it will be essential to using that momentum to expand to a next best possible product. This might be an influenza vaccine, because COVID-19 vaccines, they are mainly adult vaccination programs. And also influenza vaccines would be mainly adult vaccination programs. And COVID and influenza, in terms of, since the disease symptoms are very similar, like influenza vaccination with the COVID, during the COVID era becoming more important. And we can see that around the world, influenza vaccination programs are not as strong as other routine vaccinations. And that might be a good opportunity for African region to consider influenza vaccination. If we think about other classical routine vaccines, other possible candidates might be measles-containing vaccines, which are like measles is highly contagious, and it might be a possible outbreak response or prevention product for the future. Because with this with the diminishing vaccination rates during the COVID, and then with the societies, they were closed, but they are opening up slowly, international travels picking up, definitely a measles and rubella outbreak might be a nightmare for the world. And then how we can become ready towards the next pandemic would be an important question. But again, the choice of the product and the type of the contracting mechanism would be very important, because for COVID-19, the demand and then the commitment was already there. But what about the other products? So it might be more tricky to mobilize the demand and then the commitments from countries. So in that regard, I think it would be better to choose a complementary product like influenza vaccine to COVID-19 vaccines, or another outbreak response vaccine like measles and rubella vaccines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Murat. Professor Orama, do you want to come back here on what we have seen on Harvard's procurement for COVID-19 vaccines that can apply to the routine vaccines, and what is likely to be fundamentally different, Prof?
Thank you very much. I think we have touched on a very important areas and issues, because one of the things that are becoming obvious is that perhaps we can use this mechanism to ramp up vaccinations that are today, that we are neglecting today, let me put it that way. Well, you have the routine vaccines and you have the new vaccines. The way the AVAT has been structured has been to look at to deal with the public, the government. And for obvious reasons, many governments did not want to have the private sector go into COVID-19 vaccines to avoid fake vaccines and so on and so forth. But what you're going to be seeing as you move down the line, even with COVID vaccines, but more with malaria, the new vaccines, malaria, maybe HIV as well, is that we are going to be perhaps seeing more privately driven demand for those vaccines, not necessarily through the government. That may then mean that AVAT has to be structured such that it is able to deal with the public and the private. We have thought about it at the AVAT. Of course, one of the things we said we will do is begin to open up to the hospitals, some hospitals that the government designate, so that people who want to go and pay for vaccines can go and pay for them. Because right now, the governments give the COVID-19 vaccines free of charge, and they are the ones we supply these things to. But I can tell you when malaria vaccines come, people may want to go and get malaria vaccine, they pay for it, and even better for the government. And I then move forward. We have not spoken about the no-fault compensation scheme and even the supporting research to improving vaccines for those things that matter for Africa. Africa is today largely, Ebola is more largely prevalent in Africa. Africa has more HIV prevalence, and so on and so forth. So that is where the interest to research vaccines should be. And that's where we will need to direct attention when we begin to create this manufacturing capacity. That's why it's good that we now have the African Medicines Agency operating or ratified. But the no-fault compensation scheme we've done through the AVAT for the COVID-19 vaccines will become also necessary. We haven't talked about it. It's one of the things we are saying should also go through that institutionalization. Because today we have it is the first continent-wide no-fault compensation scheme, just smaller than the one that covers it for the globe. So that continent-wide no-fault compensation scheme can be extremely useful. Not only is it a place that we have resources because of the funds that are collected there, but also it can become useful to support research in that when people are able to develop things and the regulator can then give emergency use listing or authorization, and then those who do those vaccines can request for cover using the no-fault compensation scheme that we already have in place. So these are the areas I see we need to move more to see how we use AVAT to encourage more vaccinations that are not being done today, to see how AVAT can begin to support also private demand because our countries do not have money. If we want vaccines to get to everybody in a way that is fiscally sustainable, we may have to ask people to pay for some of the vaccines. And then, of course, how we use the AVAT and vaccine procurement to encourage manufacturing and research on the continent. That brings the no-fault compensation scheme that we have in place into the game. So I would be very pleased if the PAVN in their discussion can also pay attention to the no-fault compensation scheme trust that is already in place. And every country has it. The website is in every country. The problem today is that people don't know, nobody goes there. And they actually contributed money to it through the price they're paying for the vaccines. a small proportion of that is going to the scheme. So they should know. But beyond that, we must have a plan for it also as we discuss how we deal with vaccine manufacturing on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, and especially for bringing up the no-fault compensation scheme issue, because I think for the manufacturers who were talking earlier in the session before this, I think it's important to hear this because this risk element does actually, when it's well tackled, it can help underpin everything else that we are discussing here. So thank you so much for bringing that, and also the question of pivoting effort to cater for private demand, especially with new vaccines. So let me come in here now for the fourth theme, which is on partnerships and learning. And I'm going to have three speakers responding to this. Andrew, I'll call in Murat again, and then also Professor Padma. And the context for this is about the scaling of pooled procurement, which is ambitious, as has been discussed so far, based on some of the projections that Jane presented. But we also know that it's complex. So the first part of the discussion on this theme, and I'm going to call you Andrew, is what can be learned from other pooled procurement efforts? And are there potential opportunities for partnership to strengthen outcomes? Andrew. Andrew, I don't know, for some reason I can't hear you. Can other people hear Andrew?
I think he's on mute.
No, I think he's on mute here.
Andrew, you're on mute.
Let's see.
Great, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I think, a couple of things, and I know Paho obviously has experienced this with the revolving fund, but I think one of the tricky things is everyone can get behind pooled procurement in principle, right? Because operating as a block, you're able to negotiate better prices, better terms. One of the challenges is when you actually get into the operations and ensuring that all the countries, and obviously across the African continent, there's a wide range of countries, not just in income and capacity, but in population size. And so I know this is something Paho has also had a challenge with, is ensuring the larger countries like Mexico or Brazil participate as opposed to buying their own vaccines. And I think that will be the same thing here, right? South Africa, Nigeria, some of the bigger countries to also engage, because really the bloc can be its strongest if it works together. So certainly one of the things to learn from that is getting engagement across the bloc. I think the other thing which is related to that is in terms of diversity of incomes. Manufacturers often price their products based on where the country is perceived to be in terms of its income or its development. And so across the continent, we have a range of different economies and capacities. And so that will be another interesting thing, particularly for certain vaccines, to make sure that the pricing takes account of that and how that negotiating is done. And then I think in terms of the partnership, I think those are some of the lessons. And I will say also, I've been involved in vaccine procurement for 20 years. And as long as that has been, there's always been attempts to expand pool procurement. Paho is one of the strongest examples. The Gulf states have done this as well. But I know the Eastern Mediterranean region, WHO, had looked at this and there have been challenges. And so many of these have to do with operationalization and getting that funding, which you at PAVM have been strong champions behind. And I think getting that, AVAT already exists, so you already have an existing mechanism you can build on, which is very helpful in that sense. And on the partnership piece, it was laid out in one of Jane's slides about the different elements, right? And so it will be important if AVAT expands to other vaccines and a broader remit is to think about how the market as a whole needs to be considered. We at UNICEF talk about supply security a lot, which has to do with making sure we don't become too reliant on one supplier and then get stuck. So I think that will be another thing for AVAC to think about, is to partner with a range of organizations to think about how that capacity can be built on how to manage a market effectively and ensure that there's a hedging against different risks, so that if one supplier or two fail, that you're still able to supply your member countries with vaccines. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And maybe I can bring Murat on this question on because I think Andrew has hinted on your efforts. So what can be learned from other pool procurement efforts like the one that you've been involved in, and are there potential opportunities for partnership to strengthen the outcomes? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karingi. And thank you, Andrew, for elaborating some of the points regarding to PAHO. So PAHO Revolving Fund for Vaccines, let me first give some quick introduction about our system. It was established in 1979 as a pool procurement mechanism, vaccine procurement mechanism for Latin American and Caribbean countries. And currently we have 41 participating member states, as big as Brazil, and then also as small as Saint Lucia and then other small Caribbean countries. And our annual procurement volume is around $800 million at the moment, and extending to 46 vaccine products. And I can say that one important criteria to make such a pool procurement system to be successful is the solidarity among the member states, and then the political will. Because to be a member of a pool system and to make it effectively work, it means that individual member states, they need to give up some of their sovereign rights. It might be, the regulatory rights, it's the negotiation rights, and even sometimes product selection rights. What do I mean by that? If a member state insists on one particular brand, then the pool system will not work. If a member state say that my regulatory system is better than all others, they need to learn from me, and I want to dictate my terms, the system will not work. So being part of a pool system means that each individuals, like in any democratic system, to sacrifice some of their rights, bringing values to the table and working together. And this is not easy to achieve. With PAHO, since 1979, that grew organically to the immunization program. And PAHO at the moment is the largest pool procurement mechanism for self-financing countries also. I need to stress that. Our 95% of the demand is self-financed. So it's government money. On the other hand, when it is donor-driven system, it is easier to consolidate the decision rights and then consolidate the planning. But when it is self-financing and fully government-driven, then all stakeholders, they need to agree on the basics. They need to sacrifice some of the rights for the benefit of the group and need to come to the group with, humility and long-term intentions. And I can say that African Union and then this excellent mechanism, it was like a sprint for COVID-19 vaccines. Expanding it to routine and sustaining it, we need to think it like a platform, a marathon, sorry. And, with the COVID, there is a tremendous attention to the vaccines and then mobilize political will. We need to assume that after the COVID, hopefully, and then when the pandemic is over, that attention might depreciate. How the system can be sustained? With depreciated attention, maybe less funding and less interest. And how this system can still create a value for the participating members. And also, what I see from the Jane slides, there is an excellent design. But when things come to implementation, operations, and then making the whole system work, it's a totally different story. First of all, you will need an excellent demand planning, and then demand, security or kind of a reliability, so that you would be confidently engaged in negotiations. To be able to do that, there is a very important need for a technical guidance, like it might be from African CDC, WHO, Afro, but the technical people, they need to be hand in hand with the national immunization programs, making not yearly, but maybe weekly, monthly demand monitoring and plans. And this is a very multidisciplinary field. Like there is epidemiology, there is programmatic knowledge, there is logistics, there is inventory management, and all other aspects need to come in place. And in terms of, possible collaboration with other platforms, I need to indicate that as PAHO, we are very dedicated to support our sister organizations in that effort. And we have some good examples observed in the past, like for other commodity groups, like PEPFAR's initiation of demand consolidation for antiretroviral drugs with South Africa and other African countries, and combining demand from other regions. So we are really open to explore such ideas. And then also as PAHO, we will be happy also to transfer our operational knowledge to African region. And another important thing that I want to stress that Andrew mentioned, not to learn only the success of other regions, but the failures, and then what didn't work in other regions. I was able to be part of the, for example, Eastern Mediterranean's pooled vaccine procurement effort. There was a great deal of progress there. But at some point, there were bottlenecks. How African region can learn from that experience also would be very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Murat. Very practical suggestions that you put there on the opportunities for partnership, especially to strengthen outcome for Africa. So Professor Padmashri, I know you've been waiting. We're talking about scaling food procurement, its ambition and its complexity. So what other market shaping tools can be considered to address demand-related challenges for African countries and manufacturers, given the local context? And hopefully you can also mix cross-reference to everything else that you have heard from the panelists.
Thank you, Stephen. It's always a blessing and a problem to go last, so I'll try to do some justice. So, well, pooled procurement is important because it's like a lot of the panelists have stressed, it gives you the capacity to pull together demand and to reduce the transaction cost and increase your bargaining power. But if you take the learnings of other agencies that have engaged in pooled procurement, and here I'm not just talking about PAHO or the initiative in the Middle East, but really Gavi, which is the elephant in the room, which has actually done fantastic pooled procurement for the last 2 decades. I think there are a number of lessons that stand out, which are very relevant for AVAT as we move ahead. One of the things that I really want to emphasize is that pooled procurement is not just to bring down the prices, and it's not just to increase vaccines inequity in the short term. It's really a mechanism that can be used to change the structure of the market, meaning that how can we use pooled procurement to enhance supply of vaccines in the next 3 to 5 years, but also to introduce dynamic suppliers over the midterm and the long term in the African market. For me, this is where AVAT has a very specific role to play. And I'll emphasize how. If you take the Gavi experience over the past 20 years, what you see is that pooled procurement from Gavi has brought together companies to reduce their prices through tiered pricing, and it has increased in market entry of new firms, especially developing country vaccine manufacturing firms, which were on the cusp of entering the market. They needed a specific push, and Gavi, through pool procurement and the UNICEF procurement mechanism, actually helped them to break into this market. So now we have a vaccine market globally that's split volume versus value. We have a large number of developing country vaccine manufacturers playing in this small pool. It's a paddle pool, but it's the volume pool. It's where they supply actually a large number of vaccines to most of low and middle income countries. The question then is, how do we use this market structure to actually expand? And what do we do? Couple of learnings for AVAT, which I want to emphasize here for us to discuss. Is one, Gavi's experience shows that it takes some time to structure and shape the market, right? So right from the beginning, it took Gavi 5 to 10 years to actually introduce competition in any vaccine category. And we can only see this when we go into Gavi's experience category by category. So AVAT's advantage is that many African countries are still procuring through Gavi. AVAT has the time lead. So we have 5 to 10 years to start thinking about where can AVAT really make a difference in the African market? How can we shape? Then the second thing is that, the vaccine market per se, whether you take the R&D vaccine market or a vaccine market where we have a large number of generic manufacturers, and this was emphasized actually in the previous session, it really works on economies of scale because there are huge fixed costs and you need volumes, right? And in such a market, you always have the tendency to move towards concentrated supply. So if you take UNICEF procurement today for Gavi procured vaccines, you'll see that in every category, you have 1 or 2 suppliers. Okay, it's basically a market that tends towards an oligopoly because that's how we actually use supply and price-based indicators to structure the market. And I think here, one of the people here talked about how can we use demand, right? And this is where I think we really need to start thinking creatively in the African context. Until now, for market shaping, we've never really looked at demand. We've never really mixed market shaping through pool procurement along with local production and looked at how can we do push funding? Where do we need to do technology transfer? Where do we actually need to make money available? Now, money is there, but we need to put the money to good cause. And where do we make that money available to create that dynamic competition in the next 5 to 10 years? And these are some of the learnings that I think we really need to start discussing, breaking down, and talking about in the African context, really to see how AVAT can make a difference.
Thank you. So I think I'm actually trying to look at the questions, the Q&A, because looks like we have been able to save some time. So I'm trying to look at whether there is a question that I can actually bring again to the panelists based on what our participants and our listeners are asking. So there's a comment here by Antene Kebede, he's talking about Africa must own a stringent regulatory authorities. I think that has come through, and I think the intervention this morning from Dr. Sidibe did indicate that we are doing something, and even the manufacturers who spoke before this session, they did acknowledge that there seems to be a good role for AMA. And then there's a comment from Robert Nkube that UNAIDS united the efforts of 11 organizations. He lists them there, and they work closely with global and national partners towards ending AIDS pandemic by 2030. And I'm sure part of this is also the possibility of a vaccine. I don't know how about that, how far we are from that, Richard, with the immunization development program for HIV/AIDS and malaria. But I do understand that I should not worry. We can wrap up this session a bit earlier. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. I know some of you have been here since morning. Thank you so much for your interventions. If you attended the sessions for April and you attend this, you can actually see the speed with which Africa is moving. Because when PABAM idea came up, look at where we are now. I think we are already thinking of how do we really create this new dynamic market structure and producers within the continent. And I remember in our first engagement with our executive secretary, Vera, when we presented the ideas that Jane was presenting here, and she saw the title 2040. She basically said, we don't have time for 2040. And I think moving from April to where we are today is somehow proving that we can actually do it, taking on the lessons of UNICEF, the lessons of PAHO. We probably might actually be able to lessen this time. And when you have key policymakers and decision makers like Professor Orama here to back this up with concrete actions. So I think we've been able to tackle all the themes. We've answered the questions. So the team that have been working on this MDDI, market dynamics and demand intelligence pillar, I think you've got answers to some of the questions that you had. Hopefully, the recommendations have been validated to a large extent by this panel. If not everything has been validated, I think we've received some insights of some of the areas where we need to look for additional solutions or additional ideas. So I would want to hand it back to the overall moderator for the conference. And once again, thank you, my panelists, for your wonderful contributions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen.
I want to thank you very much. Thanks to the panelists and thanks to our moderator, Mr. Stephen Kalingi, who has just covered the critical needs to sustain and support AVAT in the AMSP. So we are now about to take a short break. It's a short tea break for the people in the room and online. We will reconvene in approximately 20 minutes for another important session. So the next session, which will be section number 5 of the day, is going to talk about regulatory harmonization approach. And it's a theme that we have heard all across this first day, from the opening ceremony to the panel that was just, the roundtable that was just completed all across today. So this part of regulatory harmonization approach will have several presenters and also another roundtable discussion that would be led by Dr. Michel Sidibé. So for now, we take a small break for the next 20 minutes, and we will reconvene back here for the last session of the day. Thank you.
Yes. I don't even know how many are connected here.
Yes, so we are getting ready to resume our program today. So I'll ask the people in the outside the room to rejoin the room, and to the people joining us online, we will be resuming the program within the next minute or so. All right, so we are now ready to start our next session. So the next session would be on regulatory harmonization approach. As we've been mentioning, this approach is quite important. It is a cross-cutting theme that we have heard today. So for this session, it is my pleasure to welcome virtually Dr. Margaret Domondo Sigonda, who is the head of health programs within the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. And Dr. Margaret will be talking to us about the support needed for the AMA and ongoing initiatives to build vaccine regulatory excellency through the AMA and the AMRH. Dr. Margaret, you are welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to convey my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this stakeholders engagement, particularly the Africa CDC and the PAVM Secretariat for really ably being able to put this together today, that we're able to engage the various stakeholders. I would like also to convey greetings from Dr. Ibrahim Asane Mayaki, the AUDA NEPAD CEO, who could not make it for this meeting, but he has expressed his commitment to support and advance the partnership for African vaccine manufacturing through the AUDA leadership in the regulatory work stream. And so I think to really start this session, I would like to give a bit of context to this work that we are undertaking in really supporting the PAVM regulatory work stream. As we've heard since this morning, that for Africa to be able to locally manufacture 60% of the total vaccine demand by 2040, between 1.5 and 1.7 billion doses must be produced on the continent each year. This will require an adequate regulatory ecosystem to enable the growth of the vaccine manufacturing industry that citizens can trust from a quality and safety perspective. And as you have heard also since this morning, we have multiple ongoing initiatives, such as the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, in short AMRH, but also the African Vaccines Regulatory Forum, which do exist, but also we are looking into other emerging initiatives such as the African Medicines Agency that really everyone is actually excited to see how these can be able to build regulatory capabilities. And this work stream has basically worked to build on these initiatives and co-create solutions along with the national regulatory agencies. The development of best-in-class national regulatory authorities is a critical prerequisite for the development of sustainable vaccine manufacturing industry. We've heard from various speakers since this morning. And the World Health Organization pre-qualification also is a prerequisite for a vaccine manufacturer to export its products to almost all self-financing countries as part of their national procurement laws, and also to UNICEF, especially for Gavi-supported countries. To obtain WHO pre-qualification for vaccine products, vaccine manufacturers need their national regulatory agencies to achieve at least the WHO maturity level 3 status along the 9 regulatory functions. And to meet the 2040 ambition, localization ambition, we have designed a regulatory program with 5 solutions involving existing initiative, but also the emerging initiative AMA to ensure continuity in the provided solutions. This session will therefore be used as an ideation session on key strategic aspects to take into consideration to ensure an effective and impactful operationalization of the identified regulatory solutions. A particular focus should be given to key regulatory stakeholders to be involved in the path forward. And therefore, I would like to ask the Secretariat to really project on the screen the presentation that I want to share with stakeholders so that it can stimulate discussion. Please, next slide. No. Yes. So if you look at this slide, basically what it entails is that this is the work that we did to look at the challenges that exist in the regulatory ecosystem. And we used the WHO assessment report, the WHO benchmarking assessment report that countries, either they have done their own self-assessment or it was based on the WHO-assisted assessment to assess their regulatory capacities. And based on those, the analysis of those reports and the gaps that we had identified, we had grouped them into 4 categories. So what you see there as challenges, the first 4 are based on the assessment of the benchmarking assessment reports. And the last one is based on the vaccine ecosystem that we had identified. And of course, if you look on the challenges, the first one is on the autonomy of legislation and regulatory frameworks. And basically, most of the countries, and especially those that are either manufacturing vaccines or they have expressed intention to manufacture vaccines, the main challenge here was to the regulatory and legal framework, which is basically really very weak in terms of providing the necessary autonomy, but also in terms of a limited scope, but also the fragmented structures within the regulatory agencies. Another challenge was mostly on the processes and documentation, where there was lack of standardized procedures, standardized procedures, including the documentation but also guidelines and standard operating procedures that are necessary to ensure that the regulatory agencies have the necessary quality management processes and systems. Another item was on the efficiency and effectiveness of regulatory processes. And here, the gap that was identified was really around non-use of the digital databases, where there is lack of awareness and compliance with the new regulations and limited access to external experts in the regulatory activities. The fourth element, the identified challenges, was on leadership, commitment, and financial and human resources, whereby we identified skills availability as a challenge due to lack of training programs and unstable and inadequate funding with minimal revenue generating activities within the national regulatory agencies. And on the ecosystem, regulatory ecosystem support area that is needed, we had identified limited experience, capacity, know-how to support technology transfer and research and development processes due to existing skills and processes gap that exist within the regulatory agencies, such as the pharmacovigilance and also clinical trial oversight. Now, what we did was to really identify what are the additional support areas that are required to address these challenges. And of course, on the first one was to look into how best we can harmonize vaccine manufacturing regulations and processes and activities, of course, using the tools such as the AU model law on medical products regulation. But in terms of challenge number 2 and 3, basically what it entails is that additional support is needed in terms of having the guidelines and tools such as quality management system on vaccine manufacturing related regulatory functions, and that the current support is focused on clinical trial for medicines, and therefore they need to look into other areas that are not covered as yet. And on leadership, commitment, and financial and human resources, we considered the need for designation of new regional centers of regulatory excellence that will focus on vaccine manufacturing, which is critical for, especially for laboratory testing, inspection, and lot release. And I think here I must mention that currently, at least we do have regional centers of regulatory excellence in the area of clinical trial oversight. So I think these are the areas that we need to look into and see how best they can support it to build the necessary regulatory capacity to support vaccine manufacturing. But in addition to that, we need to also have coordinated funding mechanism from donors and governments in order to be able to support the regulatory agencies to attain the necessary WHO maturity level 3. On the ecosystem, the regulatory vaccine manufacturing ecosystem, we see the need to support strengthening capabilities and know-how for R&D and tech transfer regulatory oversight, so that we can build the capacity of the regulatory agencies and manufacturers, especially when it comes to the interaction and communication between the manufacturers and the regulatory agencies. Next. So what we did was to now look as to what is already existing. I did mention about the 3 initiatives. Now I'll start with AVAREF. AVAREF has been in place for many years now, since 2006, and it was created by WHO to provide to strengthen the capacity of countries to provide ethics and regulatory oversight. And WHO AVAREF has been very instrumental in terms of really building capacity of the countries across the continent in sub-Saharan Africa, the 46 WHO Afro member states. And therefore, we've seen a situation where, clinical trial guidelines, 10 of them have been developed through AVAREF platform, but also they've been able to develop the emergency use authorization pathways so that they will be able to support countries to undertake such activities when need arises. But also AVAREF has been very instrumental in convening the experts to conduct joint review of clinical trial applications and also to assist in increasing the efficiency of those processes by making sure that the timelines for approval is reduced. And it's based on these sort of developments and the progress that we've seen through AVREF, that eventually when we put in place the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Governance Framework in 2019, we agreed that AVREF should be part of the technical committee under the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative. And so it's very important that we take advantage of this initiative. And I think when it comes to the AMRH initiative, we have 3 projects that are very critical to support countries to be able to advance their regulatory capacity. 1 is the Regional Centers of Regulatory Excellence, as I mentioned before. 2 is the AU Model Law on Medical Products Regulation. And 3 is the AU Smart Safety Surveillance initiative that is supporting countries to strengthen their capacity to monitor the safety of medical products. And I think we should also take cognizance of the fact that in view of the various progress that we have recorded through the AVREF and AMRH initiative, in 2015, basically, the AU Executive Council actually recognized the AMRH as the foundation for establishing the African Medicines Agency. And I think we need to take advantage of that, because as a lot has been said with regards to AMA, that now we have the African Medicines Agency, which the treaty was adopted in 2019, but to date, we already have AMA that has come into force on the 5th of November this year. So we need to take advantage of this and see how best can we continue to support AMA, and especially using the existing AMRH technical capabilities that have been created over years. Next. So when it comes to the framework for action, we have identified 5 initiatives that are embedded in the vaccine regulatory excellence for the regulatory agencies and the regional centers of regulatory excellence. So our ambition is to embed these 2 sort of elements, the national regulatory agencies and the regional centers of excellence, as a way of assisting countries to first attain the necessary ML3 that I mentioned before, but more importantly, to see how can we use the regional centers of excellence to support other countries in their respective regions. And I'll give an example here. I did mention, for instance, that already we have 11 regional centers of regulatory excellence. Some of them have very strong in clinical trial oversight, but of course we have some areas that are still missing some capacity, especially when it comes to laboratory testing, inspections, and lot release, independent lot release. And I think since we already have countries that have shown some level of capacity, for instance, at the moment we know that South Africa is aspiring to attain maturity level 3, and soon, hopefully, next year they will be able to do that. They also have a very strong lab that is capable of undertaking independent lot release. We also have Egypt. We've listened to Egypt presentation, and we know what is available there. So we could identify such countries to serve as regional centers of regulatory excellence to support others that are also aspiring to do so as a way of capacity building. But of course, as I mentioned, the 8 initiative is first to create adequate legal framework, and second to really support harmonization of vaccine manufacturing regulatory models, and thirdly to develop vaccine manufacturing knowledge and expertise sharing. And fourth is to improve vaccine manufacturing regulation capabilities by developing leadership skills and also sustainable financing mechanisms and capability building through the regional centers of regulatory excellence. And lastly, to facilitate capacity building for regulation of new technologies and vaccine R&D by developing the needed capabilities through through the NRAs and so in the ongoing collaboration between regulators and the vaccine manufacturers. So I think these are the initiatives that we are putting forth on the table for discussion, for consideration to see, are we having adequate solutions that we are proposing to you, or is there a need to add more, or maybe tweak some of them so that they meet the needs of Africa trying to achieve its goals of making sure that we attain the 60% vaccine target by 2040. So with that, I think I have come to an end of my presentation. I want to thank you all for your attention and hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Margaret, who leads the regulatory strengthening track for that presentation. So it's we'll dive deeper into the AMA's critical role with our next speaker, and we would look at the potential pathways for emergency use authorization for vaccines that are made in Africa. I would like to welcome Dr. Nikes Dembi, who is the Senior Science Advisor to the Director of the Africa CDC and at the PAVMA Secretariat. Doctor, you're very welcome.
Good. Thanks so much. I would like first to acknowledge His Excellency the Minister of Health, so also the Special Envoy for African Union, African Medicines Agency, and then also all in this room. So I'm just going to be a little bit adding to what Dr. Margaret presented really excellently and see how that can trigger discussions. So we all agree that a successful development of an African vaccine manufacturing ecosystem will require complex effort. For those that have listened this morning presentations, we already have close to 6 member states that are actually at a very remarkable stage on the vaccine manufacturing ecosystem. You have Rwanda, Senegal, we have seen Egypt, South Africa already that are actually producing COVID-19 vaccines. And you can see from the framework for action, we have clearly outlined the processes. And as you see, all those steps, if critically, strictly adhered to, will take significantly, could take quite some time to be able to get to some of these maturity level 3 and even 4. I think exceptionally, we've seen South Africa has not reached maturity level 3, but they're actually producing the J&J vaccines currently distributed in close to 40 African Union member states. I think we'd like to learn from there and see in the next couple of slides, what could be the short kind of quick solution, kind of quick fix that we can provide and have that discussed during the course of this meeting. So slide. Okay, so the next slide, please. We all have heard about the PAVM, which is the Partnerships for African Vaccine Manufacturing initiative on the continent that was launched in April. And has really the goal of ensuring that we have protect public health security and establish a vaccine manufacturing ecosystem. Next slide. So this is critical here, this particular slide. There's a mandate from the Executive Council that has approved PAVM as a coordinating mechanism by the AU Executive Council for vaccine manufacturing. So that's really in line with that. We're going to be presenting the framework for action that's been discussed currently in February to our head of state and government. Next slide. So acknowledging that the African Medicines Agency Treaty, we all agree that's the framework, and congratulations to Honorable Dr. Michel Sidibe, has successfully reached the ratification threshold with 18 countries signing. That also AMA is critical for the continental strengthening and harmonization of regulatory processes. That's the framework. That's exactly what we aim to follow as a continent so as to avoid duplication. However, with the COVID-19 crisis, it shows really the importance of really fast-tracking some of the regulatory approval processes. We have been able to achieve that. For those that are not aware, we issued the EUA, Emergency Use Authorization, that's currently being socialized and disseminated across the continent with the 3 scenarios, working closely with Dr. Margaret at AUDA, NEPAD, and WHO Afro. I think it has been very successful in terms of that collaboration and coordination across the continent. Next slide. So these are the key principles. The speed is really essential, but quality must not be sacrificed. And then we'll continue to support the overall WHO benchmarking approach and the link to the PQ EUL. Then strengthen regulatory systems, the national agencies, and the African Medicines Agency, so as to maximize resource mobilization at national and continental level. But we need some quick wins. I think it's quite important if we want to achieve our target by 2040, which is to produce locally about 60% of our vaccines. Next slide. If you look at the fill and finish production, this is quite easy, and it can fit into exactly what we're able to develop for scenario 3 as part of the AU-EUA pathway that we all issued a couple of months ago. Next slide. There are some key regulatory areas: the initial priority, the inspections, the lot release, access to validated quality control laboratory, and that could be extended to the pharmacovigilance and regulatory harmonization. Dr. Margaret mentioned already the AU3 US platform that can be used for pharmacovigilance, and that we can strengthen that across the continent. Next slide. The parallel strengthening, we strengthen and create a necessary African collective regulatory mechanism through, again, the African medicine regulatory harmonization, and then with the regional centers for regulatory excellence in supporting key functional areas, including inspections, lot release, and extend to support harmonization and pharmacovigilance effort. Next slide. In line with that as well, the regional control laboratories, control laboratories network of African national laboratories built on the African Medicine Quality Forum, which is already one of the technical committees of EMA, EMRH, and then linking to the WHO organization, the World Health Organization National Control Lab Network. So that will enable us to strengthen really and countries that are willing to achieve maturity level 3 according to the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool. Next slide. So this is a little bit of pathway. So I think within by the end of 2022, if you look at it closely, at least been able, next please, yeah, been able to do some inspections, lot release, access to vaccines, and then lab testing. That's already happening for Aspen in South Africa. So we can learn from that and see what we can and expand it to other vaccine manufacturing facilities, including Vaxera and then Institut Pasteur of Dakar. This again will be on the foundation that we use the existing or leverage on the existing structure like MRH, EMQ, and then the WHO, NNB. By 2023, 2024, exactly falling, I think using the work plan that has been established for EMA, with that duplicating effort, being able to achieve ML3 for most of those vaccine manufacturing facilities that are existing on the continent. Next. This is the most critical slide that we'd like all of you probably to pay attention after this presentation. We're proposing 5 options and scenarios. The first option is to update the third scenario on the existing AU-EUA pathway that was released early this year. So it means that we operationalize that guidance and be sure that we work closely with AMRH to be able to get those quick wins as soon as possible for countries like Rwanda, Senegal, that will be producing COVID-19 vaccines in the next 8 to 12 months. The second option is to create an harmonized process through EMA with an international review committee. The NIH, EMA, other stringent regulatory authorities can provide that support and then work hand in hand with AMA to be able to fast track the process. The third option will be then through AMA with the African Review Committee. We get all our NRAs, ARCOS, meeting together collectively. Those are recommendations. They are not final resolutions. We can discuss and find which one will fit well in establishing those quick win solutions to be sure that we find relevant capabilities and capacities on the continent. The fourth option, we can outsource EUA process to a leading African NRA. We've seen that the clear example I've listed earlier, that's South Africa. They have gone a long way. I think you can learn from South Africa through the J&J and Aspen process there to be able to build on for our quick win solution. And lastly, to support each country NRA to develop their own EUA process. That's going to be lengthy, but in the end, probably that will build a sustainable capacity for the entire NRAs on the continent. I think those are key considerations by your right for options. Then which option set Africa up to the longer term sustainability? I think we'll leave it to the team. We'll be able to accelerate and ensure framework that is set within the next 12 months. Again, that's a question that I would like all of us to discuss and agree on. And which option has buy-in from the key stakeholders? Next and final. Thank you so much. And then back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Nikese, because you just shared some very important points for consideration. It is now my pleasure to welcome the next roundtable discussion, still under the theme of strengthening the regulatory authorities. So the roundtable will be about leveraging existing initiatives to strengthen NRAs and RCORs on the continent. The moderator will be Honorable Dr. Michel Sidibé, who's with us here in the room, and we'll have 5 panelists join us today. There'll be Dr. Boitumelo Semete Makokotela, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Health Product Regulator. We'll also have Professor Émile Bienvenu, who's the Director General of the Rwanda Food and Drug Authority. We'll have Mrs. Heran Gerba, who's the Director General of the Ethiopia Food and Drug Authority. We also have with us Dr. Mariangela Batista Galvao Simao, who's the Assistant Director General for Access to Medicine, Vaccine, and Pharmaceuticals at the World Health Organization. And we have Professor Bouhwa Mehdi, who is the Director of the Pharmacy and Medicines within the Ministry of Health of Morocco, joining us. Dr. Michel Sidibé, to you.
Thank you very much. Let me just congratulate the 2 presenters who have been just clearly helping us to understand the challenges we are facing. So I will not take too much of your time. I know it's already close to 6, but what we just heard first is that the development of the vaccine manufacturing industry requires best-in-class regulatory capabilities. I said best-in-class regulatory capabilities with manufacturing countries, which we can say will be helping them to upgrade their level. So national regulatory agencies to be at least at maturity level 3 for vaccine in order to be able to export. So if we have that one, one of the major challenges we will be facing is to respond to some of the questions which have been also already raised by Nikes, and trying to help us to figure out which option could be the best to help us to quickly authorize when we are in a situation of emergency and we need to address the need of the majority of our people when we are starting producing a vaccine. So the first question I want to ask to the panelists, unfortunately, we don't have our two friends from South Africa and I think also from Nigeria. But I will start with certainly the question I will ask to Professor Bushra, just to which international entities or others partner should be engaged to help a national regulatory agency move to maturity level 3?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your invitation. And I'm very happy to be with you today to discuss this very important subject at continent African level. Thank you so much for CDC Africa, and thank you so much for all the organization committee. And also thank you very much, His Excellency, Dr. Michel CDB. I can say that firstly that the goal, the target is to realize the autonomy and the sovereignty in African continent, and especially for the time and the period for health crisis at general level. So I can say that for us, and in my opinion, we can think about two levels of our intervention, and we can have the help and the assistance from two levels. The first one is the strategic level. And strategic level, I mean that it should be the engagement of each continent and each state and each government to allow and give all the financial support for the CDC Africa and for the country in order to reinforce the capability of the NRAs. And also I can say the second thing after the government and local government, it should be CDC Africa, and also the big role of AMA in order to have the harmonization of the procedure and to reinforce the role of NRAs. And also I think that the role of WHO is very important for me to give us the technical assistance to all the NRAs in order to build our NRAs at the sufficient level in order to manufacture the vaccine under WHO recommendation. So I can say, for me, it's WHO. It's the international organization for me will help us technically and in scientific topics in order to ensure the training for the staff and to build the capability for this. And the second level is operational level. At this moment, we can say that the capability for NRAs to reinforce the network at African level. So we should have African network of NRAs, and also we can build a scientific committee to define the requirements at continent level in order to respond of all the requirements in order to ensure the efficacy and the quality and the security of the vaccine manufactured locally by African countries. And also, we can say at operational level, we should not forget the role of private sector, and especially the pharmaceutical establishments. They should have also the capability and the capacities in order to ensure that the manufacturing should be done under the good manufacturing practices.
Thank you very much. I can see now that Semet is here, and also Denise, Mimi, Darko join us, and also Rasha. So I will just move quickly to ask to certainly Mimi Darko, before she is leaving us, are there any synergies between the proposed initiatives and the plan and priorities of our local national regulatory authorities? Elise, Mimi, I think I can see her, but we are not hearing you. So I think let us move on, and she will probably join us in the. So let me ask, because I am saying, of course, Butumelo Semet in just now, what shift are required in the operating model of a national regulatory authority to help accelerate regulatory capabilities?
No, thank you. Thank you for this question, and good day, everybody. So, you know, when you look at what has been proposed in our presentation, one of the things that we stress is that we need to build on what we've already started. If I could speak specifically to what shifts are required, I'd like to highlight the issue of harmonization. And AMA will start to enable that we do this at scale. We had been doing quite a bit of it under the AMRH, but we really need to do it at scale, because if we are to achieve this objective as Africa, it does require that our processes are harmonized so that we can even rely on each other's decisions. The second shift that's required is an investment in our capability to conduct lot release. So our labs need to be adequately equipped, you know, with the required infrastructure, the required skill sets, so that we are then able to not only manufacture locally, but also to export, you know, the vaccines that will be manufactured locally. The last shift that is required, and again, we have started to see this, but we really need to do it at scale. The efforts that we have now, you know, can be a bit siloed. In some instances, we need to coordinate our efforts, but areas around capacity building for us as regulators to be able to adequately support our local manufacturers, we must have the capacity to do a full life cycle product management, from when the products are manufactured at, you know, for clinical batches, for having oversight of the clinical trials that will be conducted, to a point where these are approved, but also the life cycle management, very critical part of pharmacovigilance and post-regulatory monitoring of the products. That becomes quite critical. And when you look at a number of us who have done the WHO benchmarking, that's one of the areas that we need to strengthen. And so I think those are the areas that I would say shifts are required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just continue with Mrs. Eran Gerba. I don't know if you're listening to me, but I want to ask you the same questions. You just listened to Semet. She was mentioning some critical areas like capacity development, how to really make sure that the life cycle could be mastered properly. But I want to ask you, what do you think you want to add really to what we have?
Thank you very much, Excellency Mr. Michel Sidibé, and thank you, the organizers, for the invitation, and good day to you all.
I really want to complement what Dr. Butlima has indicated. So we need to change our operating model, of course, in order to promote innovation and promote local vaccine manufacturing. We cannot do this, our regulatory works on as-is basis, so we need to change some of the working models that we follow. And one of the things that I want to stress on is we need to align to the pace of changing in technologies and implement a risk-based approach to expedite the approval process. So we need to find out the risks and work on the risk analysis and mitigate the risks, and we need to be focused on risk-based regulatory processes. And the other thing is we need to harmonize or establish a common set of requirements, especially for clinical trial applications and dossier evaluation based on the phase of development. And basically, we have different harmonization schemes in Africa, and we need to expand that scope to clinical trial applications as well. So ABAREF is also one of the critical models that we use to harmonize our guidelines, and we follow the guidelines that are set in ABAREF. So we need to strengthen the ABAREF platform as well. And we need to have a parallel set of evaluation of basically, I want to give example on clinical trial applications. We, instead of using the sequential approach, we can do parallel evaluation between the ethics committee and the national regulatory authorities, because in most countries, as in Ethiopia, we have an independent ethics committee separate from the national regulatory authority, and we are the ones who evaluate the protocol. So we have used in COVID-19 clinical trial approvals for different innovations. We have used the parallel type of, or the parallel evaluation instead of using the sequential approach. And the other thing is we need to have a transparent and predictable regulatory outcomes and decision making. So we need to have a clear and transparent timelines. And for that, we need to be very efficient. We need to digitalize our regulatory systems, regulatory processes. So we have benefited in Ethiopia. We have the electronic regulatory information system for licensing, for registration, for pre-import permit, and for import approval. And that has really made us efficient, and we want to also expand to clinical trial applications as well. Of course, harmonization is very key, and also reliance approach for regulatory approval processes, and potential also mutual recognition approaches also, apart from the harmonization and specialization of NRS. And we need to strengthen our MRH platform, which is a foundation for the establishment of AMA. And we need to strengthen AMA also to really to leverage resources and capacity building of member states' national regulatory authorities. And I think if we work on this model, we can improve innovation and we can improve vaccine manufacturing in our respective countries. Thank you, Mr. Michel. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like now to just, I am saying Maria Angela, hi, how are you? Just to ask you, fast forwarding to the 5 years from now, if we want really to move, what would success look like regarding the operationalization of AMA?
Good afternoon, Michelle, and it's really great to be in this panel with all women, except you. That's also very good to put the names to faces. I've heard, of course, I know Heron. I love Heron. Good to see you. And I've heard of all of you who are the leaders in regulatory issues in Africa. So it's a real pleasure to be here today. I think, Michelle, moving fast forward, I think in a way, in this 1 year, since we've been approving vaccines, we already moved fast forward like I never expected, right? I think from July until November this year, we had more than 1,000 authorizations at country level. And the majority of these authorizations came from African regulatory authorities. Of course, based on the work that AVAREF does and the UOL and the African Medicines Harmonization Initiative. So this is all together, put together, we are in a different stage already just because we are facing this pandemic, right? And then we had this very good news of the 17 countries ratifying we need more countries, right? And we WHO, Afro office, headquarters, we stand ready to support you on the implementation of AMA. I think it's a great initiative, and it's so good to see of the many things that are happening, including this meeting today. I'd like to say that I would expect in 5 years from now, I'm going to be retired and I'll be watching you from home, but one thing, we right now, since we agreed on the global benchmarking tool in 2016, right? We had several processes. We had 84 member states who have been assessed using the global benchmarking tool. And 44 are from the African continent and 43 are from the Afro region. Okay? But so far, we have two national regulatory authorities. One is Ghana and other Tanzania, who are maturity level 3. We have a few others who are on a fast track to achieve maturity level 3, especially because of the potential vaccine production and so on. But what I would like to see in the next 5 years is AMA taking the lead in not only taking the lead, it will already be established, right? But that we have regulatory capacity on a functional level across the African continent. I would like to have at least half of the countries in 5 years' time with maturity level 3. I think there's things that are doable. We have the tool, we have some countries that have committed already resources. We need to train people. We need to rely on each other between countries and with international support. So that would be my dream in 5 years' time, with AMA fully implemented and we having a continent that can not only produce, but is producing quality, assured, and safe products for humanity. I'll stop here, Michelle.
Sure. I'm very happy to see you still very active, and I hope 5 years from now you will continue to be and you will be with us. So thanks very much for what you have been saying. The most important for us is to really take a lesson from what we have been doing for some time. We heard Margaret and we heard also Nikes telling us that we cannot be just not building on what was already done, but we need also to think about how we can really create space for speed, to be smart in terms of progressing for certainly authorization in 1 year time. If we have vaccine, what we'll do. We had 1.5 billion if we want to be reaching some of the goal we're saying. So I think this is a central question to the discussion we are having now. Nikes present 5 different options. I don't want us to run away from those options, but I want to just open also your a discussion on those issues you have been listening. And I want to start, of course, before doing that, asking to Prof. I can see you, Prof. I hope they release you from the Parliament. So before we start this discussion, I want to ask you, are there any synergies between the proposed initiatives and the plan and priorities of our local national regulatory agencies? And then we move to that discussion. I want really to make sure that we progress a little bit on this central discussion, what we do next, how we organize ourselves before AMA become fully operational.
Okay, there was a break. Dr. Sidibe, it's good to see you. Thank you, Maria and everybody. There was a break in your sentence, but I can gather from what you said that how do we move? How do we go, or where do we go now in terms of AMA being ratified, but AMA is not yet physically formed. I'm a big believer in regulatory strengthening. I met Maria speaking about that. The least a regulatory agency can have is maturity level 3. It's not punitive. It is the best thing that can happen to a regulatory agency. It is the best thing that can happen to a country that is planning to manufacture vaccines. We are judged with under 9 categories, from regulatory systems to lot release of vaccines. A regulatory agency must be very capable. AMA is not yet physically here, although 17 countries have ratified. AMRH, African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization, is here. It is the umbrella for 54 regulatory agencies in Africa. Therefore, we already have what we can work with, which is AMRH. And AMRH is broken into 5 regional regulatory economic communities that are very strong, that are already working. We have 5 hardcore centers. We are hoping to develop maybe 1 or 2 hardcore centers for vaccine testing. So AMRH has the template already, but AMA is already ratified. Until AMA umbrella, is over 54 countries. AMA cannot speak for 54 countries in terms of vaccine manufacturing, because there are some countries that will be left out. But AMRH is already here, and we have the working template. Also, as regulatory agencies, we work hand in hand with manufacturers. If we are talking of vaccine manufacturing in Africa, we have manufacturers already. In Nigeria, we have 165 companies, 165 pharmaceutical companies. Some of them can manufacture vaccine. In fact, BVNL is a PPP, Ministry of Health, and May and Baker, which is one of our top manufacturing companies in Nigeria. So we work with them. We feel their pulse every day, because they have to meet international best practices or international standards that a strong regulatory agency must transmit to the pharmaceutical industry. We are doing that in Ghana. Already has maturity level 3. Tanzania has. We will soon have our own, because we have met all our recommendations. South Africa very likely will soon have. So we have already the template. And I hope I answer your question, my brother. Thank you.
Usual, full of energy and sense of commitment. In fact, no way to start reinventing the wheel. We need to build off existing experience. We need to upgrade, like you said, the capacity of national regulatory authorities to make sure that this transfer of competencies you have been talking about, we can mutualize that and make sure that progressively we have a strong regulatory system, ecosystem in the continent. I fully agree with you. But now I want to be provocative, because we don't have too much time anymore, but I want to really push you. Tomorrow we have vaccine. What we do? We have vaccine. Rwanda is producing vaccine, for example, and Senegal is producing. And people are coming to me and say that, you don't have maturity level 3, you don't have and we don't know your vaccine, how it will be authorized. What could be the response given your collective knowledge? That is an open question to all of you.
I'm happy to start, Your Excellency. And my colleagues, I'm sure, will fill in well. And pardon me for my voice, I'm struggling a bit with COVID here. So I think critical element, what we do now is we've got Avirant and we've got MRH. And we can already, through those mechanisms, be able to ensure that this vaccine would be authorized in various countries. And we can then rely on the work done in other countries. The second part I want to reflect on is we need to ascertain that the vaccines that are manufactured in our continent are quality vaccines. So I'm going to go back to the matter of lot release, because once we can have this vaccine tested and we are able to issue a lot release certificate, this is a vaccine that will be exported to different countries within the continent, but also be exported to countries outside of the continent. Through COVID, we've been able to even put together frameworks on how to rely on lot release data and assays conducted from one lab to another. And we can already build on that learning to say, while we don't have the capacity everywhere, there are mechanisms for us to apply that reliance. But also, as we think about the future, we need to be considering clustering. As said earlier, not every country should manufacture every vaccine. We need to think about having these clusters and almost centers of excellence so that we can leverage on each other's strength. One could be a hub for mRNA, the other one could be a hub for vectored vaccines, the other one could be a hub for protein subunits. So we really need to think about that even when we build this capacity, we can then deepen the capacity in the respective areas that are required. So I would stress on harmonization, lot release for me are the critical ones, and I'm sure my colleagues will add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I have to come back to Emil. Emil is sitting with us here in the room, and I was focusing only on you. And now I know that I have a competitor now because Maria Angela was saying that it was only the panel with the women. So Emil, I give you the floor to make sure that you share with us a little bit what would be really if you have to define the success of AMA, how you will define it as 5 years from now. But also you can come to this issue, which is the main reason of the discussion today, to really know what we should do. You heard Semeta talking about a pole of excellencies, complementarities, making sure that we don't duplicate, so we take advantage of existing competencies from different places and bring them together and mutualize that. So, Emil, you have the floor. Sorry, I didn't forget you, but didn't want you to come to compete with me.
Thank you very much, Honorable CDB Michel. I just want to make sure whether colleagues following virtually can hear me. Thank you very much and good evening. Thank you for the invitation. Talking about AMA, I think it's imperative because we've been talking about vaccine manufacturing since the morning. And today we are talking about where AMA should be in the coming 5 years. I will add very few things on what Maria Angela said. I agree with her that vaccine manufacturing strengthening is one of the success that is expected from the establishment of AMA. Moving towards attaining maturity level 3 for African countries and other items which you mentioned, Maria Angela. I just want to mention that where AMA will be in the coming 5 years will depend on where it is today and where and what is in the pipeline. I mean, what is being planned what actually we all plan to do for AMA. Today, we know that 18 countries have already ratified and deposited the instruments to African Union Commission. And this actually is a great achievement, which actually was done in very few months, as we all know. And you can see that African Union has already built a strong foundation for the establishment of the AMA, which actually was facilitated by the appointment of the special envoy for AMA. All these strategies which were deployed to have a good number of countries ratifying and depositing instruments to the Commission should be, in my opinion, be maintained and utilized to avoid any disconnection and to make sure that what has been achieved is actually continued. We need to keep the same momentum in terms of putting in place all the strategies that can help us to move forward. We already know that a number of meetings took place to mobilize all the countries signing, ratifying, and depositing instruments. And this was, as I mentioned, facilitated by the appointment of the special envoy. To avoid this disconnection, we would see the momentum being kept and continue pushing forward with establishment of AMA. In the coming 5 years, I would see AMA as a fully established and functioning regulatory agency, catering for all the key regulatory functions which were mentioned by previous speakers. Nikes mentioned some of them, but I just want to highlight that there is a need for AMA to come into force and cater for harmonizing all the tools that are being used in the continent of Africa, and also to cater for joint review of applications for vaccines and biosimilars, as well as joint regulatory inspections. And here I'm talking about GLP and GMP inspections. AMA in 5 years, in my opinion, would also be an agency that will support local production of pharmaceutical products, further catalyzing trade and job creation in the African continent. An agency that will harmonize the regulatory framework in Africa, as I previously mentioned. However, there are some requirements that should be met before AMA reaches this stage. One of them being capacitating the agency, AMA, securing required funds, as well as AMA is a continental agency. AMA will need to mobilize and engage national regulatory agency. I just want to talk about capacitating AMA. This is in the context of staffing the agency, capacitating AMA in terms of putting in place required regulatory tools, as well as establishing a regulatory quality control lab to allow the agency making evidence-based decisions. So to succeed with all this, it is important that an implementation roadmap be designed as soon as possible and to build on the current momentum gained with the successful legal deposition of instruments of treaty ratification to African Union Commission. Thank you.
Now that we have the floor, Emil, I want to continue to ask you what we can do to really be able to respond quickly to facilitate authorization process knowing that we have all those regulatory national regulatory system, but knowing also that we have only 2 countries with a maturity level 3, even if we are seeing other countries probably soon will have. What we do in case you are producing vaccine now and you have to make sure that it is authorized, what we do? In my opinion, one of the things we need to do is what our colleagues, our sister from South Africa said. We need, first of all, to know areas which can be covered by each country, and especially which product is being manufactured in each country and which technology is being used. To authorize the products to the market, as we all know, GMP inspection is one of the requirements. And if we do not know who does what and how, then there will be a problem to have certificates of the products before they are authorized to go to the market. But if we can know who does what and which technology is being used in each country, then we can agree on how to conduct joint regulatory inspections in all the countries, which can easily allow authorization of the vaccine to the market. But importantly, we also need to make sure that when clinical trials are being conducted in Africa, we joint review of clinical trials for vaccines, but also other biosimilars in Africa. So for me, the two critical areas which we need to take care of if we want to succeed with authorizing locally manufactured vaccines to the market. Thank you. It's still open to the others. Maria-Angela, Bushra. Rasha, you want to come in? I can see your picture here, but if you want, you can come in. You were not listed as a panelist, but I can see your interest.
Yes. So, yes. Can I have talk?
And then you, Bushra.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle. Thank you, distinguished attendees. I'm Dr. Rasha Ziada, Assistant Chairman of EDA, Egyptian Drug Authority. And it's my pleasure to join with all these experts and a huge information I get it now. I just to highlight for some key messages in this era as a regulator. As the regulatory authority sure have a huge effort to be done. Sure, we have to focus on an area for development which is be highlighted as the bottleneck in the African countries' regulatory authorities to work on it quickly and fastly through reliance, through facilitate the sharing experiences, through increasing the number of the capability experts or through increase the number of pre-qualified sites. That all will help us in short term to increase the number of the pre-qualifications, the pre-qualified sites, and sure will facilitate the process of the benchmarking for the our regulatory authorities in African countries. Sure will have to do more and more effort between the countries to harmonize our effort to decrease the huge gap between our experts and our needs. I think it's also we can go on working on sharing experience between the qualified teams from the different regulatory authorities and to arrange visits and arrange training programs or training sessions to increase the capability of our African countries, in addition to also the strengthening program, which is very valuable from the WHO. that will increase the fast-moving to the maturity level 2, then 3, which is highly valuable to enable our manufacturing side to local manufacturing for local manufacturing of vaccine, and then for exportation and importation. I think also in that AMA will play a very big role now. And also we are, as a regulator and as the regulatory authorities from the company and the regulatory authority for the African country have a very big role now to harmonize their efforts to increase their capability in a smart way, reaching also the maturity level step by step with each other by sharing experience and reliance on what I talk about. Thank you very much. And this is a brief message due to time. It's very late, and sorry for this bad connection for the first time. Thank you, Dr. Michel.
Thank you very much for joining us. Bushra, you want to add something quickly? And
yes.
Then I move to Prof.
Yes, thank you so much. I want to mention that when we talk about the local manufacturing of the vaccine, we should precise the steps of this local manufacturing, because we can say that some countries, they start just from the fill and finish. So they start from the import of the bulk, and they should do the stability study, the validation of the process, and also the quality control of the vaccine locally, and to verify that all the process for technique transfer it was very successful and under the recommendation of the international manufacturer. So it's very different in this case, because the NRA, they should verify all this process under, of course, the GMP compliance, and also to verify that all the batch release is conform, is compliant. So this is the manufacturing from the fill and finish product. And when we can talk about the full formulation, and the local manufacturers should start from the beginning. So in this case, it means that the R&D of the biotechnology research unit, they should verify the material APIs and everything's from the beginning. They should verify everything. And also the clinical trials, they should be conducted under the international requirements. So in this case, the role of NRA is very big, and the responsibility, it should be also very, very important than the manufacturing under the license of international companies. So I think that the two cases is very different, and it's not the same thing.
Mariangela, you want to react?
Yeah, a very quick reaction, actually. And thank you, Bushra, for your words. Because there's no shortcuts, right? There are internationally agreed, Professor Neil already mentioned this, there are internationally agreed standards and regulations, regulatory standards, and so on. So there are no shortcuts, but we are moving fast. And I think there can be fast track. And the countries that are right now working with the potential of local production are working to fast track, to reinforce, to invest in the national regulatory authority, because there needs to be investment. There's no magic bullet on this, right? There needs to be investment on the national regulatory capacity. And I'm happy to say that I spoke to some people that are on this call already, on this meeting, about the investment that's needed to achieve maturity level 3 for vaccines. This is super important right now. So the commitment has to come from all sides, but to be quality assured and to be safe, and it has to be internationally recognized standards, and global benchmarking to help that. So the call is for countries to invest on your capacity. Every country here needs to invest, or we won't be successful in the vaccine manufacture or any other sector.
Thank you, Maria Angela. But we realize that we, at least when I said we, the continent, our continent, is very dependent to global regulatory system. And one of our challenge is to really make sure that we reduce this dependency, and we try to also bring this fast track you were talking about. So I know I don't want to sacrifice standards and others, but how we will be able to do that? Because it's important for us. We are talking about maybe having AMA fully operational. We are talking about maybe 80% of our national regulatory bodies. Professor, you will correct me if it's not correct, or maybe maturity level 2. And now we have only few who are on maturity level 3. So if we have to wait to upgrade all of that to be sure that we can be able. So I want just, you're from WHO, and of course I asking this question because you're from WHO.
No, absolutely. And I see all the ladies here in the new, they are much more, they have much more authority to talk about what needs and how do we fast track this than I do, right? Because I'm speaking from the global level, but what we see already, Michelle, is the move in the right direction. You know, we see some of the countries who are on this table right now, this virtual table, are already investing a lot in fast tracking. They are about to produce or are producing, and they are fast tracking their regulatory authority, strengthening their capacity, investing money, resources into building that capacity to be able to respond. Because when the vaccine is not going to be available tomorrow, right? But it may be available by the end of next year or mid next year. And then this, I think this is a coordinated effort. We're not talking about years and years of investment. You know, we are talking now about some countries going faster than others, and serving as a regional, and I think Oitumelo, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. No, I think you touched on the reliance, the internal, the lot release, and the capacity inside the continent too. And I think Professor Moji spoke about the African medicines regulatory harmonization. So these are all already in place, you know. So I think you're doing it already. I don't need to tell you that. But my message is that for the governments, the higher officials who hold the funds here, that the two things go together: increase local capacity to manufacture, but strengthen your regulatory authority. They are dual track. They can't go separately.
We completely agree with you. Without a strong regulatory system, we know that we will not have a well-functioning health ecosystem, without any doubt. And that's why the leaders are committed to this transformation. The leaders want to see really all these things running in the proper way tomorrow morning. So we are committed to that one. Mrs. Aaron, you want to come in before I give to Professor?
You are muted.
Yeah, unmuted.
You are muted.
Sorry, I'm very sorry. So just to complement what my colleagues have already indicated, I think Dr. Maria Angela has rightly indicated that we need to be committed enough, our government and at different levels of our government. We need to invest and we need to commit resources and time and leadership skills for us to get to maturity levels. So that's the ultimate goal and the ultimate solution, the ultimate sustainable solution to strengthen every regulatory system. And I think AMA's objective is also to really strengthen member states' regulatory systems. But until we get to that level, what should we do? Because we need accessibility of pharmaceuticals, especially vaccines. They are very critical because they are products that prevent diseases. So we need to find out a way, and I fully agree the platform of AMR is very, very critical, which brings us all together, which can pool resources, which can pool expertise from different countries so that we come together. We learn from our neighboring countries, Ghana, Tanzania, who have already reached to maturity level 3. We need to learn from them, work with them, so that what we fill the gap from others so that we lack. And we need to can do joint reviews, joint inspections together, so that we don't go, each member state should not go to a factory or should not handle dossiers independently. So we have expertise in Africa. We have African solutions for African problems. So we can come together and we can really find out a solution until we all reach to maturity level 3. And there is also locally, nationally, there are also solutions. We can work with the manufacturing facilities themselves. We need to be open enough to discuss because we need to bring the private sector also. And we can also work with academic institutions. We have different expertise in different academic institutions who are well versed in biological products. So the only thing is for them to know what are the regulatory requirements, the regulatory perspectives, and so on. So we have also the international platform, WHO, the WHO pre-qualification scheme, and all that. We can have work with on reliance approach for the WHO listed regulatory authorities. We can rely on them. We can rely on WHO pre-qualified products. So for that, we have different solutions, but we are talking about boosting local production for the local vaccine manufacturing to get into WHO pre-qualification. Respective regulatory authorities need to reach to maturity level 3. So I also call the support of WHO in this aspect for all of us to reach to maturity. We have started one way or the other the journey, and as Margaret has pointed out in her earlier presentation, we have different challenges to reach to that maturity level 3: autonomy, legal framework, fragmented structure, and so on. So we need to work on this challenge and find out a solution. But in the meantime, we have different solutions. We have the MRH, we have regional harmonization schemes, and we can learn from our member countries like Ghana and Tanzania and the other prospective regulatory systems who are approaching maturity level 3. So I propose this kind of solutions, but the ultimate goal is to reach to, of course, the minimum requirement, that's maturity level 3. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Michel.
Professor, I'm coming back to you. Again, I want to push the same questions. What option would be the best today to consider for an emergency use authorization process of locally produced COVID-19 vaccine? What is the best option for it? Because I heard we need to strengthen, we need to transfer capacity, we need to fast track to make sure that in 10 months or 1 year, we'll have maturity level 3. But what options to consider? From your experience, you have been accumulating so much experience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sidibe. We cannot run away from competence. In terms of emergency use authorization for locally produced vaccines, first of all, the capacity must be there for the evaluation. Again, I want to borrow from what others have said about reliance. WHO has set up good regulatory reliance. We have 54 countries, 54 different NRAs. We're not going to arrive at the same time. We need to focus on regions AMRH has that platform. Let us strengthen ourselves from the region. And then AMRH has 8 technical working groups, including AVAREF. AVAREF is already doing that now, although for other vaccines, not locally manufactured. We need to strengthen the capacity. The training of NRAs, extremely important, but not just training of NRAs in terms of vaccine or biotechnology, part of vaccine in terms of laboratory testing, because many NRAs are not capacitated. But I want to emphasize on the manufacturers. If Africa needs any help, it is to train manufacturers, to capacitate manufacturers and NRAs together. And it will be just choice, just like what my sister Tumi said, that we focus on few at the beginning, and then we can scale it up. But we start with a working model, maybe 4 NRAs that have maturity level 3 first. We have 2 already. NAFDAC is going to get maturity level 3 in few months because we've already been visited by WHO and we have met all the recommendations, but they have to visit us physically. But we need reliance. For example, my partner, my colleague in Senegal is thinking of visiting NAFDAC. What took us 4 years to learn may take Senegal 2 years. It may take Senegal 1 year, because all the mistakes or assumptions or presumptions that we had or we used, they will avoid that. So reliance is extremely important, but training, I cannot overemphasize that. Training in biotechnological analysis, assays, or whatever, both NRAs and manufacturers that are already manufacturing sterile products. We have AFMA, African Manufacturers Association. We have WAPMA, West African. We have SAGMA, Sazibona region, South Africa. So we have the setup already. We just need capacitation and we need reliance. Training is so crucial for us. And I'm speaking from experience, because in NAFDAC, I have to get virologists, vaccinologists to come and train some of my staff so that they will understand better, how they're analyzing. We are working with, we are doing collaboration with universities where our staff are actually now getting masters or PhD as part-time, so that they will be capacitated. Without capacitation, even EUA, we will not be successful in terms of evaluating our own. That doesn't mean that it will be total failure. It is that not many organizations, NRAs, are ready for that. And it is just making sure we have a good model and we scale it up. I want to bring AU3S into the picture. AU3S is AU Smart Safety Surveillance. And 4 countries, Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa, are represented in the steering committee. Now we are doubling it up because we have been successful in safety monitoring of COVID-19 vaccines thus far. So we start with a small model and then expand it. Everybody cannot be ML3 at the same time. It's not possible. So if we have 4, fine. And what Tumi said about focusing on specific vaccines for specific regions, we should borrow from what China does. China has segments of their country focusing on one thing or the other in terms of manufacturing. We should borrow from that so that in Africa, we tap our best for the best. Over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my sister. To me, I don't know if you want to come, but you have been, mentioned 3, 4, 5 times. So this is a good sign. I would like to ask John. I don't know if John is in the room. John is. John, do you want to come in a little bit? You know, I have been trying to be provocative. I was trying to push. I was trying to make sure that we get out of this discussion with a sense of urgency, and I can see everyone wanted to make things happening. Just if you want to say something, John, before, and of course, Emil also, I don't forget you. Even maybe Emil, 2 minutes or 1 minute, and I give to John. Sorry, John, because Emil, you want to come? You want to add something on what you have on this question of option to consider for an emergency use, you know, authorization process. I am coming back to that. Thank you, Your Excellency CDP. On this question, I just want to agree with Prof from Nigeria, Adeyeye. You know, one of the things that is very important is to capacitate our staff in dossiers assessment for all the products. Because where we understand that a regulatory body has had a huge backlog of applications that are not assessed, but let it be because of many applications. But one of the reasons is actually the capacity of assessing application dossiers that is not very high. We need to increase the capacity of our staff, and this is actually the case for all NRAs in Africa. Increasing the capacity of our staff to assess and evaluate applications before registration and market authorization. Another thing she said, which is very true, I also vote for it, I agree with her, is that reliance is very important in this business. Otherwise, if you don't rely on what has been done by other regulatory bodies, then assessing a file, an application file, and authorize the product to be on the market will take you several years. And this is the case that has been faced by several African countries. I just want to mention one thing which maybe was not mentioned. Collaboration with manufacturers is very important, because when you receive a dossier, and it happened during this COVID period, you receive a request along with application files, but you could see that those files are not complete. And when you contact manufacturers, because you need to rely on different sites, not only on product. When you contact them, they respond after several weeks. And here we are talking about emergency use authorization, which should not actually take several weeks. Another thing which we need to think about is, I don't know how we can create a kind of awareness among all the stakeholders, because and here I'm talking about donation. Most of the donations we request NRAs to approve products, vaccines. We have had cases of some vaccines where we required to issue emergency use authorization, and those were donations coming different, sources such as foundations and so on. Those people donated products are not aware of the requirements. They just send you a request along with nothing as a file supporting this request. And you start knowing, trying to know where these products were manufactured and who is the market holder authorization. You have no information actually. So I would advocate for awareness among all the stakeholders to make sure that once they think about donating these kind of products, vaccines, for example, they also make sure that all the requirements are made, all the required documents are submitted. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. You have the floor.
Oh yeah, it works. Thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle. And Greetings to all the colleagues on the Zoom call. Really, Michelle, congratulations for the way you have led this conversation, very interactive, and our colleagues on the Zoom, Professor Ade, Yei, and for your active engagement and others. I think that is very helpful. Let me share my reflections in 3 dimensions. One is that for every situation, I'd like us to be very focused. I mean, I've been following the question Michelle has been putting on us, like if there's a vaccine today, what do you do for Africa? And that is not a rhetorical or hypothetical scenario. It is happening now. You heard this morning very positive reports from Egypt, South Africa, and I actually omitted to acknowledge what BioVac is doing in South Africa in partnership with Pfizer. So in the pipeline is looking very encouraging, especially in the coming months. I think not years. I think that is just valid. I was in Senegal 3 weeks ago and actually had the great fortune to visit the Pasteur Institute, the new site, where a massive construction is going on, not just for COVID vaccine, but for all other vaccines there. So we don't have the luxury of, maybe we will not have the luxury of crawling, walking, and running. I mean, you'll be challenged, this conversation will be challenged the way that Africa CDC was challenged 2 years ago, where the head of state literally turned to you and said, look, we have a pandemic and you have to respond based on the vision and the wisdom of which you were created. So I'd like us to, that is the context of what we are dealing with. For every situation, then you have the perspective and the aspiration. So let me expand a little bit. So our context today is that we have the AMRH, we have the national regulatory agencies that are maturing at different levels, and we have the African Medicine Agency, that is a new institution of the African Union that is requiring of us to move it forward as quickly as possible. The treaty is there now, and the whole world is looking up to the African Medicine Agency. And the context is that we have a pandemic in our hands, a pandemic that has a very uncertain trajectory for the continent and a very unpredictable outcome for the continent. So we have to look at that context very, very carefully and say that what is underpinning of all the first 3, that is whether you are AMRH or the national regulatory agencies or AMA, is that you need capacity, which we have all said that. But proclaiming for capacity without a roadmap on the capacity is not a useful conversation for me. We have to be very, very practical on what is it that money can buy. That is the granularity of what you all of us have to agree on and say, what is the model that, and that leads me to the 3rd point, which is the perspective and the aspiration. One is the continent is aspiring, and you cannot ignore the aspiration of the people. The continent is aspiring for self-reliance in doing the things that guarantee their health security. Vaccine manufacturing is one. Before this COVID-19 pandemic, there was absolutely no discussion on vaccine manufacturing on the continent. We were very happy with importing 99% of our vaccines, manufacture 1%, and we just go home and we are happy. We are now saying that, as we heard from President Kagame this morning, that a people of 1.2 billion cannot continue to hope that somebody will provide vaccines for them. And they come together. So that means if we are talking about vaccine manufacturing, the regulatory process, an emergency use regulatory process, a pathway has to be developed. So I think that the aspiration of the people and the perspective is so important. This afternoon, Dr. Nikesh gave a brilliant presentation with options that we have to look at. And the options are, they're all digitated because they all spoke to each other. What is underpinning in all of that was that we have to look at the capacity. So what I think I'm hearing from all of you is that the first thing I'm hearing is, yes, you have some existing tools like the AMRH that you can strengthen as a pathway towards getting the AMA functioning, because AMA will not function overnight. I speak here today as having been having the great fortune indeed of being the founding director of Africa CDC. I know what it takes to start an institution from zero. I think there's anyone here in this room that can write a book on that. I can write a book for 5 years, what it takes. So AMA will take some time. But what is it that we are doing? Having that context in mind that there is now a new political and technical institution. You cannot ignore that conversation. Ignoring that would be a serious mistake and a failure. And so how do we work on that? Second, looking at the statute of that, and no one is going to make a decision on behalf of AMA today. It's a proposal that we say, look, once they are up and running, they have their conference of, they call it conference of party or the party of, we are tabling this to them. It has to deal with that. The second thing is, how do you build a network of those regulatory bodies that have achieved certain maturity that can begin to come together and say, these are things that we can do together to support any vaccine that is produced today. We heard from Egypt that they are doing vaccines for the COVID vaccine, and they're also working on Chinese vaccines, producing about 3.5 million doses of vaccines. That is not a joke. We have to look at how is the aspiration of the continent in terms of the Continental Free Trade. That is the reason that the Secretary General of the Continental Free Trade Agreement was here and said, look, we are here to facilitate that these vaccines from Egypt, from South Africa, from Rwanda get exported to other countries, but they will need all of us to do what we are called on to do here. Just to conclude, Michelle, I'm saying, I like the conversation I'm hearing. I'm hearing a conversation that is not antagonistic. It's saying that AMA is a new baby, okay, and I mean, it's a new baby, but it's a strong baby because it has a political mandate, okay, to do whatever. We are hearing that AMA is not yet ready to do this, but we should enable it, work collectively to enable it to be able to do that. And there are several pathways to enabling AMA to do it. A is strengthen the AMRH, okay, actively, and we'd like to hear a roadmap on how that should be done. Develop a network of national regulatory bodies that can work together so that if a vaccine is available today, they can all pronounce on it. And then work together with WHO and the European Medicine Agency and the FDA, which, I mean, partnership is key in this. So that is what I'm hearing. Those are three things that I'm hearing from this conversation. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you very much. I think you rightly said it is not at all antagonistic. What I heard from all this discussion today is that we are all leading to the same direction. We want to make sure that we reduce the dependency of our regulatory system to the external regulatory bodies. And that is, for me, key. And two, we want to also build on existing strengths. We don't to reinvent the wheel, and we want to use them to be able to provide us with certainly the competencies, the existing resources, to mutualize them, to be able to use them in a strategic way to deal with an emergency use authorization. But what also I heard is that to execute authorization at the speed is important, but without sacrificing standards, because zero tolerance for a situation where we will be obliged to sacrifice standards. So that is not what we want, the opposite of that one. So especially, when we are faced with a crucial emergency situation. But what I can take out of that is that we have a combination of 5 options here. The options which are put in front of us are helping us really to continue the discussion and decide quickly what will be the best. And from what I am seeing is that we need to really look at, it is not exclusive options. The options I'm seeing here, they are interrelated. So we need to take advantage of all we have been hearing today, what we have been certainly building already in the continent, and also to have a clear roadmap with a sense again of urgency. We were thinking that Maria Angela knows that, all of you know, that we would have certainly have AMA could, the treaty could came officially into came into force maybe in 2 years' time. But we quickened the pace of action. We have been able to really bring sense of urgency to fast track. And in 5 months, we managed to. So we want the same thing here. We don't want tomorrow leaders coming to us in the same room by saying that, yes, you have been sleeping. Now we are faced with a production and we don't know what to do. And that is really what I want to take out of this meeting, to thank you, to say that it was a very interesting meeting for me. I was learning a lot, I was listening, but what I'm seeing is, again, a sense of urgency seems to be on our table, and we need to certainly take from here, John and others, to really see how we bring partnership also into this picture, how we make sure that all those partners who are working with us inside and outside of the continent could be part of this approach to help us to reinforce and upgrade the capacity of our regulatory system in the continent to be able to use when it's necessary emergency authorization. Thank you very much for giving me your time. And Noel, I know I took 2 minutes more, but please, I give those 2 minutes to John. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sidibe. I think we needed those minutes because we are ending on a high note. We are ending on a very important note. And as a reminder, we are ending with this sense that there's need to fast track a lot of the efforts and the initiatives currently in place. I mean, it's present in the room. It's present through various remarks that we've had since the beginning of day one, which is now coming to a conclusion, starting with the opening ceremony with our guest of honor, His Excellency, the President Paul Kagame, going through the remarks of key partners, looking at the progress of implementing the PAVM, looking at how we can shape the vaccine market, and now with this session that we just had, looking at the regulatory harmonization and strengthening. So many of these questions that are posed here will actually come back tomorrow for day two. Day two will be, we'll zoom in on ensuring effective and efficient technology transfer and IP. We'll talk about scaling up of vaccine R&D and talent across the continent. It's, again, another theme that has come across many times. We'll also look at how to accelerate the funding of vaccine manufacturing activities. That's another aspect that we really, really need to tackle as well. And we'll look also at the need for local manufacturing of APIs as well as finished products. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone joining us online. I want to thank everyone here with us in the room today. And we will meet again tomorrow, early morning, for day two of this engaging and important meeting. We have, I think, one. Did you?
No, just a note of excitement that I've just been informed that there are 5,900 viewers on Facebook. So that is really huge.
Thank you. So yes, the platforms have been very active. We just mentioned Facebook, but we've had, I think, more than 4,000 on Twitter. And now we've seen there's also Zoom and other platform. It really shows the need for this conversation and the timeliness of this meeting. So we want to thank again the conveners of this two-day event and give ourselves a few hours to reflect and rest, and then come back tomorrow for day two. So to those online, thank you again for joining. We are back again here tomorrow, and the registration links and everything will be shared online. To those here with us in the room, welcome back tomorrow. just one announcement is that we'll do again a rapid test at the beginning of tomorrow. So let's give ourselves time and come ahead of time to ensure that those logistics are taken care of. So without a further ado, I just want to thank you again, everyone online and here in the room. I see a last comment, I think, from.
Can we thank the interpreters, please?
Yes, sorry. Yes, we want to thank interpreters that have been with us throughout the whole day, making sure that the thousands of people that have joined us today across all platforms are, well engaged and able to communicate and be part of these discussions. Thank you very much, and see you back here tomorrow.
And I want to thank you personally for your facilitation. I was thinking you are a professional facilitator. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.